Hello again, friends. How are we today? I'm gonna bring us over here. Hey, what's up? Hope that we're doing good. Hi, Ruth. It's good to see you. Today we are waiting with bated breath for the release of the new Dead Domain video on Synthetic Man, which is something I have been looking forward to for a long time. It's probably going to be too long to swallow in a single sitting, but we will try. And I wanted to just spread this to people that might not have seen their content. If you've not seen Jordan's content, not seen anything by Dead Domain, please go check them out. Please go look them up. They're awesome. They talk about things that are really important. They do a lot of amazing, incredible, really important journalism. At least for things that I think are really important, and I hope that you do too. It'll be a bit big. A bit too big, but 2.5 hours, that's fine. Oh my goodness, hi! Color me starstruck a little bit. Ooh, I have the vapors. About 2.5 hours to sit through a full thing. That's fair. But I wanted to at least bring it to the attention of people. Because I think that the things that you have to say are important. And that is what I want to use the platform I've started to build to do. To platform other people that I think are also doing amazing things. Yeah, thank you. It's really an honor to have you stop by. Thank you very much. I guess in the meantime, I'm going to talk about my plans going forward, because I have found myself in at least a very fortunate situation where I have the ability to focus on live streams. I have the ability to focus on doing this sort of thing full time, covering the things that I want to talk about, covering, talking about things that are important to me, and trying to be a little bit more of an activist. I have the space, I have the time, and I have the support from the people in my life to do that, and so I am going to be going, I guess, whole hog on this content thing. I'm going to be putting out edited videos. I'm going to be doing things like that. So if you have the abilities to, and the wish to support me more, there is a donation link down below that leads to a Ko-fi, I think. It should be working now. There's a new community Discord. I deleted the old one. It wasn't up to the standards I had, so I wanted to make a new one that worked correctly. Still needs some work, and if you have some suggestions for things that you want to see coming up, or things that you want me to talk about, please feel free to let me know there. I also am starting to set up a Patreon account. That should be working, but I don't have anything extra that I can talk about, like give on the Patreon right now, but we're working on it. Everything is rolling. I feel like I'm currently trying to change the wheels on the bus as it's driving, but I want to turn this into something. I've been very happy with the successes that I've had. I've been very happy seeing community grow and form, and I see names that I recognize continue to appear, and it's a huge honor to have so many eyes on me, and I want to use it properly. As for the rest of the day, if the video ends up being too much to swallow, like Jordan said, in a single sitting, we'll break it up with some games or just conversation about other stuff. I have a whole list of notes here. I have this wonderful new e-ink tablet that my girlfriend has gotten me, and I've been keeping notes on things that I'm thinking about and articles I've been reading. So maybe we'll break that out, the notebook. I hope everyone's having a good Thursday so far. I know that a lot of people are going to still be at work, but this is going to be my regular streaming time. I'm going to be doing it Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Sundays as well, giving myself at least enough time to, break and recover, because when I was going really hard before, a couple of years ago, I really burned out, and I'm a lot more healthy now, but I still don't want to burn myself out with doing too much too fast I'm gonna make sure that I am notified on all of the places that I want to be notified. Thank you so much, by the way, for the follow. Oh, my little heart. I've had my notifications on for you forever. Oh, this is a real honor. Oh, I don't know what to say. I'm starstruck. I'm like, ooh. I know that's not the point, obviously. I think I said it the other day. I was like, we are contemporaries on the internet. I'm smaller than them, so I could just reach out and talk to them at any time. I'm sure I could just tweet and they would be happy to talk. But it's nice to see that be proven true, I suppose. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of good shit that you have to say. And please, 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 please go check out Jordan's other stuff. Their channel is full of amazing coverage on a lot of things that I think are important. And I have spent so many hours sitting, playing a game, and listening to them talk, and it has been very educational, to say the least. It keeps me wired on the things that I think are important. And it's nice to see a visible trans person who likes to bite back, at least as much as I do, at these fuckers who want to keep us down. But, you know, being loud and proud is the best thing that we can do. It is a radical political stance to just be myself, and that's so strange. But it is the truth, unfortunately. I wish it didn't have to be. Copy the link there. I'm gonna post this to places where I go. Oh, my face is there. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Okay. Got my notes. What else do we have to talk about? Again, like I said, there is a new community Discord, so if you were in the last one and you were sad to see it go, please hop in. The link should be working. We might need to manually approve you, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to vet the people that are real. I'll recognize most of your names, I'm sure. Our community still has the benefit of being kinda small, which is good to some extent. Oh, goodness. I have a section planned out called Stop Watching CNN, thanks to my dad, who in a recent argument told me to stop watching CNN when I was trying to raise genuine concerns about my safety as a trans person in the United States. He told me to stop watching CNN, so I'm going to stop watching CNN, and I'm going to use news sources that aren't that to explain all of the things that I'm thinking. Try to use unbiased news from a variety of sources and provide it as evidence for the things that I feel. And it's frustrating because I know he probably won't care. But the fact that I'm putting the effort in makes me happy. And that is the key thing in this arc of my life, is I'm going to do things that make me happy because they think they're important, because they make me happy. I finally got my ADHD medication back. I finally got my ADHD meds. It's been so nice to be able to focus again on things that I want to do, but through the period where I didn't have it, I did a lot of planning. I had a lot of scattered thoughts that I couldn't take action on, But I planned and I planned and I planned, and now that I have the medication, I can take action and I feel really good about it. So looking forward to that. Motivation and executive function can be extremely difficult when you have ADHD, and it's important to remember that that's not a bad, it's not bad, you're not a bad person. It's a bad thing to not be able to do the things that you want to do, but it doesn't make you a bad person for not being able to do them. You're struggling with something that a lot of people don't have to do. A lot of people can just do it. And when I have my medication, I can just think about something and then go do it. Like, I cleaned the litter box this morning when I was asked. I started folding my laundry. I didn't get all the way through it. You might be able to see it. You probably can't, but it's all in my bed here. I started, but I didn't get to the end of it because I had to stream. But I was doing the thing that I wanted to do right away, and that feels so nice. Oh, my phone is over here. I've seen people talk about not wanting to take medication to help their ADHD, or just thinking that ADHD isn't a thing, you're just lazy, and that's just not the case. It's just not, because the difference is night and day. Hey June, welcome, thanks for being first. No, the difference is straight up night and day. I can think about something and I can take action on it, which I think is something a lot of people take for granted, and then you punish yourself when you're feeling that way. You feel lazy. You feel like you're not putting the effort in that you should be able to for easy things that you should be able to do, and that sometimes you are. But I have been keeping that you just need motivation. Yeah, absolutely. No, it is not a motivation issue. It is a chemical imbalance, and the best solution is obviously to medicate, but second best is, because I had, a few days recently where I really couldn't focus, but I had people in my life that were pushing me to at least plan what I want to do. I've been keeping a to-do list. I've been keeping a list of tasks to get done with deadlines, really keeping myself motivated through the little things and making sure that I at least get a couple of things that I need done, and then I reward myself for getting the things I need done. Ban this bot. I ban you. Thank you. You were faster than me. But God, having my medication has been so good. I also got a new inhaler, thank God. Because I have been living with asthma symptoms for a long time. And it's just really nice to be able to take a little bit of albuterol in the morning and not have this tightness in my throat and chest. Yeah, I get it. You're so cool. I need to paint my nails is what I need to do. I talked to my landlord today, so I can check that off. I need to get my full body measurements done. I even have tasks on here. Try not to die to detective. Yeah. Detective Niff number 34. It really does get me every single time. It makes me laugh. But I have laughed so hard I passed out, which is not great for my brain, I imagine. But I have tasks on here to even just drink water and walk. So that if I forget, I have this, I'm building a habit to check my list and see things on there that I need to do, and then I do the things that need to get done. And it feels really good. It's been a while since I felt this motivated to take control of my own life, if that makes sense. And I've got the people in it to thank, obviously, for that. I have been pushed by people in my life to motivate myself, but also it is feeling like I'm making progress. And I think that that's hard, especially in a world where you constantly feel stuck. You feel like you're not making any real headway. And it's important to be safe and secure so that you can then move forward and find the satisfaction that you have in things that you think are important. I worked a lot. I worked really hard to get to the point where I am with this, building this community. And now I have a place, I have a start of this base where I can move forward with it. And again, like I've said a million times, I'm gonna have to keep saying, I hate having to shill myself, but it really is like if I'm gonna make it, I have to get a way to support myself through it. I need to be shown that the thing that I'm doing matters to enough people that they want to support me in doing it. And it's rough because I wish I could just do it. I wish I could just do this without needing the support, but I need the support. I need eyes on me to make it matter, first of all, and then I need to make money from it so that I'm, showing that I'm actually doing something. I do not like the concept of money. I do not like having to collect or use it, but I know that it is unfortunately a tool for safety and a tool to show your quote-unquote success in the things that you're doing. And so if I can build an income stream that's at least sort of regular, I feel I will be able to move forward and do bigger and better things. Have we seen more of Duskmourn? Have Duskmourn cards been revealed? I don't know. Oh. I have to take a look. Let's take a look at the spoilers. Are they dropping shit again? Yeah, no. Bloomborough came out, and we actually are having the longest break between two sets is between these two sets that we've had in years. Unfortunately, it's been very saturated in my opinion. It's gotten to the point where I can hardly keep up, and I don't even know. Like, I've stopped really looking into Scryfall spoilers. The Duskmourn House of Horror. Okay. So there is a good amount of stuff. Alright. Well, let's take a look. Come over here. Yeah, oh, I gotta make it visible, huh? There we go. Alright. So they showed off new showcases right away, but do we have the non-showcases of these? We do. Overlord of the Hauntwoods is a 5-mana 6/5 enchantment creature with Impending 4. You cast the spell for its impending cost, and there's 4 time counters on it, and isn't a creature. Okay, so speaking of your end step, remove a time counter from it. More time counter shenanigans. I'm sure that the Doctor Who set lovers will be enthralled. That is lovely. Whenever it enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. Oh. So you get it when it enters even if you pay the impending. So it ramps you. It's a 3-mana ramp spell that then continues to ramp you throughout the game. Or a 5-mana ramp spell that ramps every single turn. That's maybe twice in a turn if you can give it haste. That's really good. It is tapped, but... Goodness. And especially with token duplication. I need to... What is it called? It's Caretaker's Talent. I'm thinking of this card. Create a token of a that's a copy of a target token you control. Since it's creating a land token, yeah, you should be able to use Caretaker's Talent to now ramp you. That's pretty spooky. I'm definitely seeing Selesnya tokens. I know Boros tokens is already a thing right now. So this might make it up into like Naya tokens. If it's doing all of the things that tokens wants right now, which I think is pretty cool. Enduring Tenacity is another one. Similar idea. Oh no, it's a Glimmer. What is a Glimmer? This is the other one that they showed off. Snake Glimmer. 4 mana, 4/3. Okay. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So it does the Sanguine Bond. One of the two halves. Whenever it dies, if it's a creature, return it to the battlefield. Under its owner's control, it's an enchantment. Okay. So even if it dies, you keep the ability. That seems really good. It seems like a strict upgrade to like Sanguine Bond, right? Am I silly saying that? Yeah. This is just strictly better Sanguine Bonds. Huh. I'm sure that's going to lead to some degenerate nonsense. I'm excited to see what cards like that do, because they're meant to be impactful, right? Okay, this guy's got 6 black pips. I need to know more. When it enters, if it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. Oh. Okay. Well, I want to cast that. I need him. He's beautiful. He has too many fingers. He's creepy. I love him. Screaming Nemesis. Spirit. TVs. I love the contemporary horror that they're doing with this. Whenever Screaming Nemesis is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. Ooh, that's interesting. I see, I'm immediately seeing things in, like, decks that already are pinging things. Like, I'm thinking anything, what was it, Geisen Starn or whatever? Gearson? What is he? It's Gearson? Oh, I did it. Yeah, Gearson Stern. Whenever another source deals exactly 1 damage, it deals 2 damage to it. And that is fine, but I imagine this, even though it's a non-bow because it would kill it, you play a few ping spells, because this deck is going to be loaded with pings. You play this creature before you play your commander, ping it a couple times, and then your whole opponent swath cannot gain life. That's interesting. It also deals damage when you block. I can only imagine this being good. This is also going to be a mono-red nightmare. This is turning off life gain strategies for the game. This is a must. This is a kill on sight for any life gain decks. That's amazing. Fear of missing out. It made FOMO into a creature. 2 mana, 2/3. When it enters the discard a card, then draw a card. Whenever it attacks for the first time, each player, if there are 4 or more card types, 1 card in your graveyard, untap target creature. Oh. Interesting. I am interested to see this. See if this can be used in some kind of combo where a creature comes in tapped that should not be able to attack that turn. Interesting. I love red. Obviously, red is my favorite color in Magic. And I like when they make weird stuff like this. It only untaps 1 creature. I wonder what can be done with that. They got more ley lines. That's good. New leyline cycle, leyline of hope right now. It has the leyline text. You can play it. You can play it immediately. If you would gain life, you gain that much +1. That seems really good. I can see why they would put the you can't gain life guy in this set if you're gonna put in a free extra life gain. Yeah, for sure. As long as you at least 7 more than your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. So it's a free anthem that gives you extra healing. That I can only imagine being good. Mono white might be making a comeback. First recording. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a time counter on it. And if there are 7 more time counters on it, remove those counters and it deals 20 damage to you. Tap it. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. So it's a copy, and you have 7 days. That's cute. Has Gleeful Demolition rotated yet? When does Gleeful Demolition rotate? Because I can imagine... Oh, I accidentally pulled out the tab. Sorry. There it is. Oh, no, it's legal. Yeah. I smell a deck. I smell a mono red deck that plays these cards. I don't know. I'm sensing the potential for nonsense, which always makes me happy. A black spell, come back wrong. 3 mana, destroy target creature. If a creature card was put into a graveyard this way, return it to the battlefield under your control. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Oh, I see. We have a Pet Cemetery reference, yes, I believe. Chainsaw. Deals 3 damage to 1 target creature when it enters. Whenever one or more creatures die, put a rev counter on Chainsaw. Equipped creature gets +X/+O, where X is the number of counters on it. Equipped for 3. Very cool. So it wants you to kill stuff and then make your thing big. This probably also goes in that artifact red deck, right? It feels like that must go in there. See, now I saw this one, this fucking creepy ass spider doll. It sucks. A Wandering Rescuer. 5 mana, Flash Convoke. double strike. Other tapped creatures you control have hexproof. Interesting. It really is a rescue card. Beastie Befriender. 4/4 beast. Can attack or block alone. That's cool. That's probably also going in the tokens deck. Another comeback wrong. Screaming Nemesis is the same as this showcase version of it. Ooh, that's the Doomsday Excruciator art. I love that. That's fun. Yeah. I definitely see the artifact deck with Cursed Recording. Artifact Spellslinger. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you copy it. Or you know, whenever that's you get the counters, but you can copy spells. So you want spells that are good enough to copy. Oh no. Oh no. I've made a mess. I need to clean my desk off. I have so much shit on my desk. What I get. Everywhere. Punishment for my actions. I was working on decks again, and I forgot to put the cards away, and I'm now dropping them on the floor, which is great, and it's awesome, and I deserve this. He's so bad. It's such a mess. Give me a moment. I have an Aragorn the Unifier deck sitting here, and I am trying to turn it into something. Because frankly, multicolor tribal is so good and strong. And there's just so much, you do so much with your commander on the field all the time. I feel like if he sticks, the game goes on for so long because my turns are so long, because there's so many like decision points that get made. And that frustrates me. I don't want to be that. I try to be straightforward with my aggro. But yeah, I think Cursed Recording definitely has a place with a Gleeful Demolition. That interests me greatly. Also potentially gaining, you want to find a way to gain life. See, now I want to open up Magic Arena real quick. Let's see. See if we can do some theory crafting. Makes you think of transfer music, yeah. Fair enough. Little. Oh, arena has seen an issue. Hello? Okay, well, it crashed. That's not great. I wonder if it would be an Is It Spellslinger. You know the word arena is based on the word for sand? I didn't. We have are there special deals today? We have to click on the store first, obviously. Oh. Oh, cute otter. Don't really want any of these. Interesting. Let's take a look. Let's make a standard deck. I want to see what kind of artifacts there are in red. Make a sword. That's not really doing what we want. This eats artifact. It's a little expensive and slow, though. I bet we can find a better version of that. Lethal demolition is obviously the idea. Exuberant Fuseling. Oh! It's +1/+1 for each oil counter, and then when it enters and when another creature or artifact you control spin into a graveyard from the battlefield. That seems good. I like Furnished Skull Bomb here. Goblin Tomb Raider also might be good, but I guess we'll see. This sacrifices itself. Mishra's research desk has put in some really good work. And I've seen Mirren Banesplitter do good stuff too. A braid might be good just as a backup to kill my own artifact before it blows me up. Maybe. This is cute. Food fight is cute. Dowsing Device is an excellent card. That one probably goes in. This also lets me sacrifice artifacts to draw cards. Legion Extruder is a sacrificing artifact. I like that. But I have to also have spells worth copying. This is so cute. Because you can, and you can sacrifice it too, yeah. However, mine has, whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact. Brass's Tunnel Grinder might actually be good. Hello, honey. How are ya? You got food? You're an angel.
Oh.
And
I'm on camera. I did not know I was on camera.
You are on camera. I'm sorry. Okay. He's a sweetheart. Prime Novelist goes for Storm, which is super interesting. Let me read that card again. When you next cast. So this might be like, I'm thinking Urbrask's Forge also might be good. Well, it sacrifices the token, but they're not artifacts, so... What's up, honey? Oh!
For every payday.
You are such a sweetheart. She got me Arby's. Honey. You're a joy. I'm so happy. Oh! Alice. Sody Pop. Treasure tokens. Treasures? That's interesting, because those sacrifice themselves for mana. Anything that makes treasure is probably really strong. Red Sun's Twilight could potentially be cute. I really like Gleaming Geardrake, so I'm gonna put that there. There's a chance that works out really well. Detective Satchel has always overperformed in my opinion. And I love Iconoclast. I think that that is a great ad. We can find a place for it. Okay. All right. Let's search for treasure. That makes treasure. This can't be destroyed, so a Gleeful Demolition would not work on it. Does Gleeful Demolition still give me the 3? Would I still get the 3 tokens? Category? I am still going to be doing just talking. I appreciate it, though. This is really just a theory craft. I'm not going to play. Interesting. Gleeful Demolition does not actually need to destroy it. So I actually really like Diamond Pickaxe in here. This makes treasure. I want instants and sorceries that make treasure, I think. Brask is great. Hit the mother load, hell to pay. Hit the mother load is probably a thing that I copy. I'm now thinking about storming with this. Like, I'm thinking about storming with Brask. Third path Iconoclast also does a really good job of it. Season of the Bold seems good, maybe. Instants and sorceries. In red. What do we got? I mean, shock, obviously. Can I find... What am I thinking? What am I thinking about? There is a card I'm thinking about, but I need to remember its name. It is a card that lets me play Magic. Oh, fuck, I can't remember. Oh, Virtue. Virtue of Courage. It deals 2 damage to any target, and then it exiles itself. That is a fucking... It's such a good card. It goes in. 4 of them go in. Season of the Bold, we will keep 1. Craft those. Should be able to. I have 4 crime novelists. 4 flick a coins. Picking out a braid for now. No forage. No satchel. We're not gonna do blue. It's really frustrating because Monastery Swift Spear might still be better than Fuseling just because it has haste. I guess Stoke the Flames is a big stupid spell. Do I put Stoke the Flames in? Monastery Swift Spear. Fucking Swifty is so good. No forage. $19 land, because we can flip these. No. How about 2 Tunnel Grinder? Hydrate I can do. If you can hear it, there's a huge loud mower right outside my window. Thank God. AltaPay makes tapped treasure tokens, right? The issue is that they're tapped. So it just might not be good enough. I'm gonna eat this Arby's sandwich. There we go. Theory crafting completed. Alright. Now that I've done that. Alright. Now that we've done that, let us swap over. Take out my earrings because I want to put my headphones on so I can hear this properly. It's important stuff for watching a new Dead Domain video. Pop the audio real quick. And change our capture. Do the window capture. Gonna real quick turn off the music so that we can hear it properly. Here we go. Oh, it's muted. It's a muted tab. Warning on this one, it is going to be about a bad man. About a very, very bad man. So, if you don't want to hear about that, then sorry. But I'm trying to keep myself informed, and I think that this is an important piece of work done by a person I respect a lot. Please, please, please go check out Dead Domain. Their content is better than anything I will ever make, so I hope that you will go and see it.
Desperate to take me down by any means necessary. I mean, this Dead Domain video could be the spiciest that people have seen in a long time. Most people are not autistic enough to go through my live streams to find out that I'm actually like an edgelord alt-right type of person. Please, Dead Domain, take the stage. The last thing I want to do is waste my time watching your content. You can waste dozens of your hours making a giant hit piece. I stand behind everything I've ever said.
I stand behind everything I've ever said.
That's bold.
Pop, right? I have a few amiibos too. It's like whatever. Synthetic Man's a soy boy.
My mom just got here, so I might see if dinner is an option, or if I'll have to make my own tendies. Want me to do like a... Oh. There's not nearly as many of black male, white female as you would think, by the way. The toucan propaganda. Some of these cuckold subhumans need to stop watching their gay porn.
I'll drink a little bit more. I think that's what you guys want to see.
It weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics, because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Ubermensch.
It's a butt plug for new Abby to shove her giant Fuda cock in my ass.
You have to do things worse than Hitler to fix what's happening right now. Considerably worse than Hitler.
An affirmative action hire, blah, 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 blah. You know, f you. Kill. Kill. It's time to make it stop. Nobody says bigotry except subhumans. People who should be executed. Every single one of them, without exception. They need to face the wall. The pendulum will swing back when Larry Fink is decapitated on live television. Birth control with your hormones, and it's made women attracted to twinks. Maybe this next hit piece will be the one that finally gets YouTube to do something about me.
All right, this is important too. Please, viewer discretion.
The internet can be a pretty negative place, which might seem like an understatement. The internet is a place where people are frequently targeted for harassment, death threats, doxing, swatting, and more simply for existing. In the darkest corners of the internet, on places like 4chan, Kiwi Farms, and other places with lax content moderation, communities have developed dedicated to misery of all kinds. Hang around the internet long enough, and you'll hear words like incel and blackpilled and even doomer thrown around. All various ways to describe people who seem to wallow in various states of misanthropy.
Okay.
There are entire communities built around people who just spend their entire lives being mad at other people, using slurs with reckless abandon in their little safe spaces. Now, it shouldn't be too surprising that these websites are replete with racism, conspiracy theory, violent rhetoric, and various bigotries to aperitif the slurs.
Absolutely.
And if you're a slightly more well-adjusted person, you might ask, how does someone become like this? How does someone choose to spend their limited time on Earth not chasing a creative pursuit, finding love, investing themselves in a professional field, or any other of the myriad things you could do? How does someone become so miserable that their only recourse is to try and spread that misery to others and form communities around wallowing, self-pity, and hating out groups? That brings
I know that this video is going to deal with that question. Obviously, that is the premise. That's what they're positing. But I'm gonna at least offer my own opinion on that sort of thing right now, which is that I think it comes from a lack of empathy. I don't know how a person ends up not developing that, but I truly believe that there is a serious issue with a lack of empathy. At least right now. Why is my microphone picking up so much noise from out here? All oh. Happening. Oh my god. It's so loud. Oh. Okay. I think I did it. I think that's better. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Brings me to the
Right.
YouTuber Synthetic Man. While he's only been active for a few years, Synthetic Man has managed to amass a fairly sizable audience of over 120,000 subscribers through a combination of videos and regular streams where he mostly just goes on unhinged rants about wokeness and why he doesn't like things. He gets a spotlight every so often when he makes a video relevant to a popular property, yet infuses his ranting with open racism, sexism, or homophobia that makes him an easy target for reaction content from other creators.
Either that or it's some kind of multi-vault experiment, as they fail to adequately explain in the show. Vault 31, 32, and 33 are all directly connected to each other.
What do you mean failed to adequately explain, dumbass? You watched only one episode, dumbass. Perhaps maybe watch the whole first season where they do actually explain in detail. It's just called a slow reveal, dumbass. Bro just watched one episode and started chirping at the first sight of a black person. How are these people real? I feel like this is just like a meme personified. You know what I mean? This is the meme about like the genuine racist neckbeard.
He's had public spats with other anti-woke content creators and even considers himself too extreme to collaborate with people like Mahler, The Quartering, Nerdrotic,
Oh, wow.
and others. But he
Damn.
didn't start off that way. Synthetic Man, as he is on YouTube today, is basically an outright Nazi incel. And I'm not just the kind of left cuck soy boy who just calls everybody a Nazi. No, I'm going to back up pretty much everything I
Right.
say. And believe me when I say Synthetic Man, at least from what he says, fully has Nazi beliefs.
Basically everything.
Okay. One app to stop. I'm gonna close that window. So sad. Such a nice day out today. I didn't want to have to do that. Ugh. God's loudest thing. Shout out to the lawn maintenance crew. I know you're doing your job. It's just really loud, and I wish it wasn't.
After World War
Also,
II.
fuck
You
lawns.
could say
Exactly.
World War II and its consequences were a disaster for the human race. I can't remember which general it was that basically said we defeated the wrong enemy. I can think of one Austrian who tried to save the world in all of history. Never mind. Anyway.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
The YouTube terms of service violations he stacks up in an average stream are plentiful and constant. He laughs at explicit 4chan tier Nazi memes his viewers will send in his chat. He pushes conspiracies about global Jewish cabals controlling the world. He gets mad at any woman or person of color expressing competence or intelligence and will spin that into subliminal messaging. These aren't just me speculating, by the way, as I will back up everything I'm saying in his own words, and these are just the tip of the iceberg. Now, over the last 3 months,
I love Jordan so much, and I look up to them so much. Like, going through and backing up everything they say with clips and points. They are doing God's work, because I don't know if I could survive that, right? And I want to be educated on this. And I trust them to give me at least the gist so that I can go and look it up myself if I care to more. That is always what I'm looking for from these. And that is, like I said, I really, really look up to Dead Domain for the hard work that they put in covering people like this and making sure that they don't get to propagate any further. So please, again, go check them out. They're amazing. This is a video that's premiering live on their channel. I think it's like 2.5 hours right now. But it is... all of their content is insane and incredible and wonderful. Yeah. Sorry. Again.
watched more than 200 hours of Synthetic Man's content.
See what I
You might
mean?
think that would leave me bitter and angry towards this person who often talks in thinly veiled slurs and goes on tirades about wokeness and SJWs and BlackRock, ruining everything white people hold dear. But instead, I actually feel genuinely bad for Synthetic Man, because as I'll show, while he is a miserable person, a genuinely miserable person, he is the one responsible for his misery. What started for Synthetic Man as a desire to have a gaming channel has become a cesspool of openly violent conspiracy, racism, and general misanthropy.
That really
Because
is
of how
sad.
Synthetic Man chased an audience that encouraged his worst tendencies, in turn leaving him burnt out, passionless, and more bitter and angry than ever before. So up front, I want to preface this by saying this isn't a takedown of Synthetic Man. This is a cautionary tale. Now, if you're a fan of Synthetic Man, or even just the right-wing
Damn.
Gamergate crowd, or
Okay.
even just hate lefty SJW snowflakes like me, you're probably thinking this is a hit piece. But I promise you, it won't be. I will simply be examining the things Synth has said in his own words, using his positions and statements to show how much of a miserable, self-loathing hypocrite he actually is. See, if it were a hit piece, I'd be calling him names without backing it up, making assertions without any evidence, or insulting him for his habits or appearances. But I have plenty of evidence to justify anything I will call him, and frankly, I don't need to make Synth look bad. He does that all on his own just fine, willingly and constantly. And I would encourage anyone who subscribed to him or considers yourself a fan of his content to watch this entire video and really actually consider the things I say. And if you still support him at the end, you have my sympathy too. And you can call me a f***ing faggot, and we'll go our separate internet ways. I'm also not too worried about Synth himself responding. While he talks a big game about masculinity and the eroding standards of being a man in society, he's not really the confrontational type. Like most internet tough guys, I'm willing to bet he just doesn't have that dog in him to actually handle criticism head on and develop a cogent response. I'd love to be proven wrong, but if he does respond, I doubt it will consist of anything more intelligent than elementary school insults and some ad hominem and strawman attacks. And for new viewers,
Yeah, that absolutely is. That's the playbook, right? Is they'll you see people like this that follow content creators that are just and I think that they make a good point and say that they're not like trying to do a hit piece on this person because they're not, maybe even like they are a bad person right now, but I think ultimately I believe that all people come from a good place and are twisted into something horrible by circumstance. And it is tragic to see somebody who probably had like legitimate passion for things that I love, like video games, get twisted by just the worst kind of people and let their community turn them into this. And that's just so sad. It's so sad to see happen.
to the channel, I hear you ask, why? Why, Jordan, would you subject yourself to this slow-talking incel stereotype for over 200 hours?
Yep.
And it's not just because my kind of channel and brand has become all about doing things nobody else will really take the time or effort to do. It's because Synth and how he's become more radical and hateful are representative of a growing amount of predominantly young men in online spaces. Like, Synthetic Man
I would
here is
super
more of an
agree with that.
experimental subject. Like my deep dive into Matt Walsh, I needed a subject that had broad application, in the sense that in Synthetic Man's story, you can see a lot of commonalities with other more regular people. As I'll show, Synth's story has a lot in common with other young, disillusioned, primarily white men, and those commonalities are important to understanding how to try and help people going down a similar path, to prevent them from becoming as cynical and hateful as him altogether. Also, like Matt Walsh, I need...
And that is that's the point, right? That is that's what you want to hear with this sort of thing, because it's really that's what it should be. It's not, I'm not, when I talk about people like this, when I hear people talk about people like this, I don't want to just insult them and leave them by the wayside. It's important to showcase this and see how the whole story happened, how they became the person that they are, in order to understand that and then not duplicate it. You have to understand something. You have to understand how something happens. Hi, 80. You have to understand how somebody becomes the kind of person that they are, right? Especially where at the point where I am starting a career in streaming, in content creation, and whatever you want to call it. It's important to keep my feet pointed in the right direction so that I never become somebody like this. Does that make sense? I'd like to come out of the end of it being something a lot more like Jordan.
Needed a subject who had large swaths of content where he spoke off the cuff, giving an uninhibited look into his actual thought processes. As with any good observational study, I needed a large data set to work on, and Synthetic Man's variety of late-night drunken streams where he's goaded into racist, unhinged, and occasionally violent rants from his audience made for a perfect data set.
See, I'm somebody who has done drunken streams. I pretty often am doing a stream while I'm high or drunk. Just because those are things that I do with the people that I love in my life, and then I go and I share that with the people that I love on my stream. And I like to think that when I'm high, I'm pretty pleasant. And I just simply do not understand getting intoxicated and immediately becoming this terrible, awful person who wants to hurt you. I think again, it like really why is somebody like this? And I hope this helps answer that question for me. That's one of the reasons I've been so looking forward to this, because there is this question that I've had in my head for a long time of what makes somebody like this? What causes somebody to get to this point? And my general conclusion is that I think that there is a lack of empathy for other people. I think that that there are like a lot of these people that are bad people that are racist, that are, bigoted. They have a lack of compassion for people whose life experiences don't match their own, whose stuff doesn't line up with them. In it, I think as a trans person, right? As a trans person, I am a pretty far extreme for somebody like this to be able to accept. I dream of a world where even people that have bad opinions won't take them out on people, if that makes sense. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. All right. Well, a bottle has been pulled, and I took a little bit of a cannabis edible, so we shall see how that goes. Again, I would like to say, please, please, please go check out Jordan's content. Go check out Dead Domain. That is the video we are watching, is their new premiered video on Synthetic Man. But also, I will take a second again to say that there is a new community Discord. Links have been flying around in the chat, but you can also get it by typing !Discord. I also have my socials on !Socials. There are links down below. There is a lot of ways that you can get in touch with me. If you have suggestions, if you have things that you want to connect with. And yeah, I have a Ko-fi, I have a Patreon. We are trying to turn this into something, so please just spread awareness, spread news that I am a thing that exists far and wide. I would really appreciate it. All right, let's get back to it.
Synthetic Man very rarely has a filter, and that makes him, at the very least, a degree more honest about his racism, sexism, and various bigotries than some of his contemporaries. There are plenty of other rambly, ranty, anti-woke dweebs in this pop culture and video game focused side of YouTube, but dorks like the Quartering are too invested in their grifts to really be honest. They're focused on building a platform, expanding into a business, a podcast, selling shitty coffee and mugs, to the point that they basically only have the grift to hang on to. They pump out dozens of videos weekly to get the maximum amount of views on hot button issues with next to no effort put into any of their content. And then there are the
That is a good point too. In that often these people aren't honest with the things they're saying and thinking. And you have to kind of learn to hear what they're actually trying to say, and who is putting the money in their pocket to get them to say certain things. But with people like Synthetic Man who aren't worried about building a brand, it's interesting to see the things that they say. So it is a really good case study. I think that they put the focus on the right kind of person. So I'm really, like I said, I've been really excited for this.
wannabes following the formulas of the Quartering, Muller, Nerdrotic, Heel vs. Babyface, Melanie Mac, and dozens of others, posting ranting.
I mean, they
outrage
probably
hate
why
that
they don't have
occasionally
this
gets them
person
noticed,
on,
but
right?
mostly falls into the background. These C-listers, like Rev Says Desu, or Endymion, or Fritanga, aren't notable because, like the upper tier of grifters, they kind of just follow the line. They want to get those sponsorships, they want that paper. So they will be anti-woke, but won't say anything too terribly upsetting. Which
True.
brings me back to the reason for picking Synthetic Man specifically. He doesn't have that same filter. While he'll still shill for useless products for sponsorships, at least while companies still wanted to work with him before he became too toxic of a name, he long ago stopped trying to censor his views for reasons we will see soon. Where some
I am
channels
very
might just dance
interested
around
in,
blaming Jews
yeah.
for society's issues, Synth will just go on unhinged tirades about it.
Oh fuck.
Devontae, thanks for $5. Will the rainbow representation ever go away or die down? Is it possible to go back to the 2000s level of games? You'd have to fire every leftist working for the game industry right now, and of course somehow we have to beat the influence of a certain toucans from space. We have to somehow, they have to pull out their funding.
Oh
And
god.
fire every leftist. That's just not gonna happen. Both those things are not happening. Omega Supreme W Cheese. Like, America's the center of the world, and we're against our will, because I don't think any Americans actually want this, but our government is imposing themselves on the globe, right? And it's not, again, it's not even our government, it's the people puppeteering our...
Okay, so this is a video by Dead Domain, who is a leftist content creator that I really look up to and I really respect. They have covered, they went undercover in hate churches, they covered Pride, they covered Matt Walsh, they covered a bunch of different people who, and really went down and like broke down and did like hard-hitting stuff on why they think the way that they do, which is something that really interests me. And this is a person called Synthetic Man. This video is on. They are a streamer who has gone further and further down the right-wing pipeline and will openly rant about bigoted views. And I am interested to see Dead Domain talking about why. I want to see why they are like this. What made them get to this point? Because that interests me, because if we can stop, even if we consider this person too far gone, we can learn how to avoid it happening in the future with other people so that they do not end up being this kind of person. Sorry.
our government,
All
who
right.
are not Americans. I mean, they are maybe born here, but you get the point. Israel is doing it, It's not America's fault directly.
Hmm.
So Israel puppeteering America is enforcing
I
America.
would like to make a formal statement that I am not in support of Israel, but it sucks to be on the same side of an argument with Nazis about anything. They don't like Israel because it's full of Jewish people. I don't like Israel because of the genocide. We are not the same.
Culture on the globe.
And in case you ever thought he was subtle, here's the thumbnail he made for his now delisted Last of Us 2 video that you can only find on Rumble. Where some channels might debate the merits of black or strong female characters and hint at ideas adjacent to white replacement or social engineering, Synthetic Man will concoct elaborate narratives around these conspiracies.
Creating a slave race that will never stand up to their masters. That's why the golem, if you've ever heard the golem, like analog, allegory, whatever you want to call it, again, you got to be careful about my words here. But they want to create a golem race, essentially. A slave race of people who will make society function. And it's a sustainable population, low IQ, right? They just, I don't know what they've figured is a good number. Let's just say for the sake of argument, like 3 billion people. If they reduce the...
This man just seems scared, right? Like, he's so scared that something like this is going to happen to him. Maybe. Is that part of it? I mean, obviously this video is going to explain it, but like this oh goodness. What gets you to that? What gets you so scared?
The global population of 3 billion dumb people who will just,
And it's not just about fucking...
That's so true. I think that like a lot of the rhetoric that you hear from people like this that think this way is talking about things that are scary, that are real problems, like that there aren't enough jobs, or that there are people in power that are controlling things that are not what the general population wants, who are pushing things, pushing for profits over personal safety. But like for some reason they can't cut the idea that it's Jews out of it somehow. Like, why does it have to be that? It's so frustrating.
Equity, okay? Let's say, hypothetically, you were trying to create a race of mongrel slave people with double-digit IQs. While you believe you're the best ever, you're God's chosen people, right? You need to encourage the creation of the mongrel slave race. So what
Jesus
do you do?
Christ.
Okay, well, one, you show as many interracial couples as possible in media.
Oh my God,
every single
what?
commercial, every single TV show. That's one thing. Another thing, these people who, for whatever reason are considered, at least on average, to be the most attractive people, well, they also coincidentally are too intelligent and too they have too much ingenuity,
oh goodness gracious,
creativity, all of those things that could be a threat to you. Well, if we simply stop giving them jobs, they can't feed themselves. They're poor. Women, unless they're extremely high above average in terms of looks, women are not going to date the poor white guy over the diversity hire dude who's making more money, right?
Holy
Unless
shit.
he's hideously ugly. The point is to bring things to a balance.
It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened.
That's an edit that I would have made. That's amazing.
That has some videos reaching well past 500,000, and this makes Synthetic an ideal channel to deconstruct because when you actually look at his uncensored opinions, he basically has been allowed to spread 4chan style hate unchecked on YouTube's platform. The reason I've picked him isn't because I dislike him in particular over other people. It's because he's uniquely masked off in ways very few of his particular niche of content creators are. That's not to say I think every anti-woke channel is harboring genuine Nazi beliefs. Synthetic certainly is, as I have shown and will continue to prove. But for their part, I think people like The Quartering are your standard mainstream conservatives, probably, possibly alt-right ding-dongs. They know to toe the line to maximize ad revenue, yet still draw in a political audience. They
Right.
also still play a role in the ecosystem for people like Synthetic Man, helping to radicalize impressionable and occasionally emotionally detached young men, a story we've heard time and time again. For example, if you aren't super well versed
Yeah.
in the internet, but you're thinking, hey, I've heard of 4chan and Kiwi Farms before, it's probably because both have been linked to multiple mass shootings, where the shooters were avid posters and browsers on the boards.
That's so
Needless to say,
fucking
they aren't
scary.
healthy or mentally stimulating places to spend your time, and they truly only foster hate and negativity. Now, with the rise of the new half-assed Gamergate 2 movement, we've seen a new legion of people willing to harass and send death threats over very important issues like how big a video game character's tits are. And with the growing footholds of movements like Groypers and the alt-right on places like Twitter, gaming
That has been
once
so
again become an
frustrating.
unexpected
That has been so frustrating. This whole quote-unquote Gamergate 2 thing. Gamergate
ideological boundary.
Gamergate was such a fucking mess. Such a terrible, terrible thing. And I remember getting caught up in it, right? I remember watching people talking about Anita Sarkeesian and talking about all these things and being like, yeah, that is bullshit. There should be ethics in games journalism, and just seeing it get twisted into something so fucking crazy because I didn't know enough and I was learning from people that had an agenda, and it's fucking crazy. And seeing it happen again and be so pathetic again this time, I'm wondering if it was that pathetic the first time and I just didn't know. But it's been so sad. It's been so sad. These people just don't... I don't want them to have any power over anything. Oh my god, they're so horrible and rude.
Where everyday teens and young adults are being inundated with hateful ideology, like the literal Nazi talking points Synthetic Man all but encourages from his audience. If you think I'm joking, by the way, Nazi jokes and explicit anti-Semitism and hate speech are regular occurrences in his super chats. People
cool.
pay to have him read them out. Like a
Oh,
super
awesome.
chat
Love that.
advocating shooting all black people, Jews, and gay people, exemplified by emojis, to which Synth simply laughs.
That's a random name. Thanks, $5. I usually enjoy your content, but giving platforms to meanies where I draw the line. Also, squirt, probably shoot. Shoot all. I don't even know if I want to read what those emojis are. Whatever. It's a monkey emoji, a gay flag emoji, and then radioactive, and then Star of David from Orbit Chud face. There you go. Okay.
Followed on the same stream, by the way, by a super chat that donates $14.88 while blaming Jews for all their ills.
So great. Love that.
And thanks to the 14 Canadian 88 cents. Every time I read that, I have to say it slowly.
Let's just read that real quick. Okay.
I'm starting to notice that the juice is behind all of the world's problems. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, and his super chats also make violent threats towards other content creators, like this recent one of Moist Critical, aka Penguin Zero.
That's a random name. Thanks to Canadian. Moist should be graped to death by a fat N-word. Okay.
Almost
what
every
the
video
fuck?
on the show is still up on YouTube at time of writing, with many featuring dozens of blatant violations of YouTube terms of service. I will be linking a document below divided into categories with links to each video and rough timestamps for where violent, racist, conspiracist, and misogynistic rhetoric can be heard. One major reason Synthetic Man likely still has a channel at all is because nobody but his most ardent 4chan fans are willing to watch so much of his content just to report him. If anyone should choose to notify YouTube of his multiple infractions shown throughout the video, that would have nothing to do with me. Now, for those still thinking this will be a hit piece, I'll even bump up the difficulty to hard mode. I won't attack him over personal issues in his past. I won't attack him over his appearance or perceived physical faults. I won't attack him over things like his family or his parents. I won't counter the political arguments I show that I obviously disagree with. I won't even argue about differences in opinions over video games. That one, you have no idea how hard that one is for me. Now, I
Oh
will be
god, I can
thoroughly
only imagine.
debunking some of the
I can only imagine. They are so fucking fun to listen to talk about games. They have awesome opinions. I don't agree with everything they have to say, obviously. I think that everybody is allowed to have their own opinions. But I like hearing what they have to say. And personally, I would love to see I mean we had them in here earlier briefly. So I don't know, Dead Domain, if you come back and watch this, please make a video where you do dunk on his opinions on video games. I would love to see that. I think your opinions are cool as fuck, and you're cool as fuck. So please do that.
various conspiracies he shares and helping to educate on the issues that he clearly knows nothing about. But aside from that, this really can't be considered a hit piece because
Yeah.
it's not going to so much be about Synthetic Man as it is looking at people like him and how people become radicalized.
And I think
and
that's the
miserable
important
on the internet.
difference. That
Despite
yeah,
what
absolutely.
People like him might think he is not a unique individual. He's not a.
It's hard to say people like him because that has like so many negative connotations, but it's true, there are a lot of people out there that are sad, that are lonely, that are experiencing ennui, that don't know what to do or where to go, and they're taking it out on other people. They're being sucked into these pipelines and going to these places that are just cesspools of horrible hatred, and they're just bringing that with them instead of taking the time to introspect and to heal, because that is really hard. That is something that I need to talk a lot about, especially when like I'm talking about being trans. And I know I talk a lot about being trans, but it's kind of important to me in my life. And it's something that I think needs to get talked about, because there are like almost like Prague and Suspiro, oof. But it's a part of my life that it permeates everything, right? And part of it is that I did introspection. I constantly do introspection. I'm constantly thinking about the things that I do, and if I'm doing a good thing, if I'm doing a good job being the person that I want to be, being kind, being generous, being open to interpretation, being open to hearing opinions that aren't my own and accepting them as that. And I don't think these people that people that think this way, people that think like Synthetic Man thinks, take the time and the hard work to do that. I think that a lot of them really need to go to therapy, because it would force them to confront the hard questions, because sometimes you have to square circles in your head and they're not easy. It's not easy to be a good person because there's so much negativity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have much else to say about that right now, but it really is important, at least to me, to be an introspective person and look at myself and my actions and make sure that I'm doing good. Okay.
Noticer. If there's one concrete, assured thing I can tell you from watching over 200 hours of his content, it's that Synth and his fans are not hard to understand. He is a deeply depressed, self-loathing, simple person who lashes out at anything that doesn't fit his incredibly narrow view of acceptability. And that goes for everything ranging.
That is another thing too, is you hear a lot of people talk about like, oh, it's basic biology. And yeah, the obvious joke is advanced biology will have something to say about it. But people want things to be so simple and so easy and not have complex, truths about them. But that's just not how the world works. That's not how things work. Everything is incredibly complicated, and you can't sidestep that with there is an easy answer. People want there to be an easy answer, but there just isn't one. These problems that we face are very complex, and they are suffering from the same kind of things that I have suffered from, be it poverty, be it struggling to find a partner, being it relationship issues, being maybe even gender dysphoria tied up in there, because I know there's a lot of like trans girls who are still on slash LGBT, and they just need to get off that because it is not good for your brain. It's bad. Those things, they're feedback loops of horrible, horrible rhetoric. And you gotta get out of that.
From relationships
It's
he doesn't think are
hard.
okay, to other people's opinions on video games he disagrees
I will
with.
simply
and almost all
never
of that
be
has to do with
orange.
his hypocrisy. You see, for almost every point he makes, he himself will say something that either disproves it or shows that he takes part in something he condemns others for. For example, he loves decrying degeneracy and openly insulting trans people and anyone who's not a straight white man, really. Yet he sure does seem to engage in degeneracy of his own.
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage. Because it's like, it weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Ubermensch.
What the
being
fuck are you
also,
talking
like, sort
about?
of ties into the fetish. Because typically how Fuda are depicted is some kind of like superior mix of the sexes.
What?
The best traits of women while also having like a penis and usually also a vagina. I don't know, man. It doesn't have to make sense because it's not real. It's a butt. God damn it. Yeah, whatever. It's a butt plug for new Abby to shove her giant Fuda cock in my ass. There you go. I said it. You guys gotta stop jerking off to porn. I'm a living example. My head only is filled with disgusting shit.
Now that's just a little taste of what's to come, so
Holy
stick around
shit.
because those are fairly low ranking on the list of the
Holy
dumbest shit he's.
Holy shit. Like, I hate to be the kind of person that's like, oh, it's always this kind of guy. But like, girl, oh my god, estrogen might be able to fix her. Maybe. Maybe.
Said.
Maybe. You never
I will
know.
get to his
We'll never know
background
until
and how
they
he
do.
became more radicalized in a bit, but
I'm
first I want to
VIPing
tackle
you,
how
AD.
Synthetic Man is a hypocrite, because I think showing the examples of his thinking and how he goes out of the way to avoid accountability is foundational to understanding how someone
go.
becomes like him. It's a combination of a deep lack of curiosity
Yeah, I VIP'd
and
you.
a lack of taking any accountability for one's actions. And when I say hypocrisy, I want to immediately say I don't mean the things he's gotten mad at others for criticizing him for. Like constantly blaming casual gamers, yet getting called out that he just buys casual type games to play on stream.
Yeah.
Because that criticism is petty and beneath me. No, I'd much rather show how Synthetic Man, despite quite literally claiming gaming as a hobby, calls himself a hardcore gamer and getting mad at anyone who.
That's so good. They're so fucking cool, and they will constantly just be like, that is beneath me. I don't need to do that, because that is stupid discussion that doesn't fit into this context. And they keep themselves focused on the point, and I love that from them. I love it. I had a couple discussions with people about patriarchy where I got kind of an undertone of your political stance on this is founded upon never wanting to be a man in the first place. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, I have definitely had a lot of discussions with people that just really, I mean, I didn't understand transness, right? It wasn't until college that I really had a run-in with trans people in public, and they made me uncomfortable at first, but the reason they made me so uncomfortable was because I wished I could be them, ultimately, and here I am, living my best life looking the way that I do, being happy. Something I never could have done before. Goodness gracious, another bot. Hello, friend. Goodbye. But I'm living my life being my best me. And I do hope that for people that think this way. I hope that the people that are experiencing like discomfort in being the thing that they are can choose to can find a world in the future where they can be the person they want to be and they don't just need to be whatever they were assigned. I think that's the ultimate thing, right? Is that I want a world where people can be what they want instead of just having to be a certain way. I think that's important.
Who doesn't match his arbitrary definitions is actually not that well versed in the games he plays. He is a casual gamer. Now, most of Synthetic Man's content revolves around video games, and he seems to see himself as an authority on the subject, based solely on how often he unilaterally declares people who don't agree with him to be wrong, or more commonly, subhuman.
Fuck journalists. Fuck Discord subhumans. And people are like, do you have a Discord? No, I don't have a Discord.
You might think to yourself, surely with a channel dedicated to video games, Synth has some real expertise in gaming. Surely he's played hundreds of games. Well, no. See, the thing about Synthetic Man is
there's a lot of misery tied up in this box sucks, but like I have to be in it because that's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, there is so much in this world of I am required to be away because that is how I am. Like, I have been told, one way or another, I have been told that this is the way that I need to be. And I need to enforce that because that gives me purpose. When instead of asking yourself the question, why? Why do you feel that you need to be that way? Who told it to you, and what did they stand to gain from it? Why do you have to be a certain thing? You don't. You really don't. There is not a reason that any one person needs to be miserable, I don't think. Especially if we are helping each other past the hardships of capitalism, generally is the big issue that people are struggling with, right? They're struggling with debt. They're struggling with not having the ability to have a safe place to live, with not having friends nearby. I think that the internet also has caused an issue, I think, which it lets you connect with people from very far away, but then that can also lead to loneliness, especially on anonymous boards like 4chan, where you are, well, maybe you're not entirely anonymous, but you're behind a screen name. You're behind, like, you're not having to be yourself. And then you engage with these people and you make friendships, but those are so far away, you're never able to do the thing. It wasn't even for me until recently that I was able to just sit and talk and smoke with the people that I think have like really good opinions, who I get to like bounce my ideas off of in real life, and I get to, be around them. I think the internet is like really insulating people and leading to this extension of ennui. We're already stuck in this post-capitalist nightmare scape where we have to do things to survive. You have to work a job, you have to earn money in order to earn the ability to stay alive. And that's so frustrating because that's not how people are wired. People are not wired to be confrontational. People are not made to fight each other over resources. We're at our core a collaborative species, and I think it's really sad that we're trying to get away from that. We are a people who is good at working together to solve problems. We are not bigger and stronger and smarter and braver than most other things, but together we achieve way more than what we could alone. I think that somewhere along the line we forgot that, and I think it's probably capitalism's fault, honestly. And that sucks. I wish it wasn't that way. I dream of a better world.
He feels qualified to speak on things he really knows not that much about. For example,
Okay.
here are just a few of the iconic classic games he's never played.
I feel like almost every stream I get asked, like, have I played X game like a million times? There are a lot of games that I haven't played that I probably should.
Have you played American McGee's Alice before? No.
I would like to play more of them, since I only finished 10. I haven't played the Devil May Cry's either, Shunda. I played Turok 1's re-release on Steam for a while. I kind of got bored. I might just skipped it too. Have you played any of the Shantae games? No, trailer, but I never played Jet Set Radio. Play Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. No, I don't really play those games, but like RTS games. I don't play those, but I tried. I didn't play Hitman 2 or 3 of the new ones, and I never played the original Super Mario RPG. So yeah, I kind of want to play the Xenosaga Saga games, even if they end up not being that good. That'd be okay. I never played Control. I know some people recommended it to me. Admittedly, I still haven't played Morrowind to this day. Morbid friend, thanks to the 5 euros. Why'd you stop at the 2B playthrough near Automata? The third playthrough, which is completely different, amplifies the game exponentially. Yeah, well, I would have to play through a second shitty playthrough. Yeah, I know. Bully, I know. People tell me to play Bully all the time. I will before GTA 6 comes out, that's for sure. I'll also play GTA 4.
Granted, some of those examples might not be on par with Mario 60.
Okay, so yeah, it's I also have not played a lot of video games. I have a background where I didn't have access to them for a long time. But I've been trying to catch up on that backlog, and I've been really enjoying going through stuff that people show me that they want me to play because it's something that's important to them. But I also wouldn't speak with authority on video games in general. Especially coming from, like, I wouldn't speak on authority with JRPGs, right? Because JRPGs are something that I have tried several times and not really ever gotten into. But I don't have authority on that subject because it's something that I don't know much about. I could speak with authority on things I have played extensively. Like, I can speak with authority on Magic the Gathering because I have a lot of experience playing it, and I play competitively, and I have all these things that I believe I can speak with a certain level of authority on it. But I would never try to speak to somebody about any of the Final Fantasy games, right? Because I've only really played 14. And that's only because I liked that it was an MMO. I think that's important. There's a song that I really like. The chorus, the song is Silver Lining by Mount Joy. And the chorus reads, tell the ones you love them, and teach only what you know. And I really like that. I try very often to live by that. I tell the people that I love them as often as I can. And I try very hard to teach only the things that I know.
Or Halo, but for someone who has invested so much time and energy into depicting himself as some kind of authority on games, you'd think he'd at least try more of these things. A growing point of recent frustration in his community is that he really just plays the same kind of games over and over, those being open world slop that he never stops complaining about, games from his childhood that he never stops sucking off, and the woke slop that he forces himself to trudge through so he can prostrate it before his audience. Does he actually go out of his way to play any games other than the AAA releases he's always bitching about, yet always seems to buy and play? Or his nostalgia fix and random regurgitated open world slop he seemingly loathes yet can't get enough of? No. Already you can see some of the hypocrisy
Okay,
here,
fair enough.
and how Synthetic Man is quite literally just making his own problems to complain about them.
Yeah.
On the Synth dedicated Kiwi Farms praise thread, people are mad at him for not playing more diverse games, though they also note that is probably because they don't think he's skilled enough to play games like Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry 3.
That's super fair. Yeah. I am pretty proud of my performance in games like Elden Ring. I'm not sure how well that would translate to a game like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, but I have a definite interest. I have DMC5, and I need to play through it because from what I have seen of it, it looks like one of the most video games ever, and I really want to get into that. That and also like Resident Evil, not yeah, the new Resident Evil games are pretty crazy looking. I didn't mean Resident Evil though. I was thinking of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Will DMC nuke noise stream win? What do you mean? What does that mean?
This is interesting because he did get bizarrely touchy over criticism of his video on Doom Eternal, where he complained it was too complicated.
Because you wasted, hundreds of hours or whatever getting good at a game
again, does not make your opinion any more valid than mine. I still beat the same thing you beat that I'm talking about, and I didn't like certain things. And learning stupid mechanics that I think are exploits, like hot swapping all these different guns and different cooldown timers and throwing in frag grenades, ice grenades, blah, 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 which I do that stuff, I just don't do it well enough because my reflexes just aren't fast enough. I'm not good at, like, quick reacting to a situation as much as some of these people because the game's just too fast. The game's too fucking fast for me. That's, if you wanted to boil down a lot of my complaints to Doom Eternal, I literally just think it's too fast.
I mean, that's just you though, dude, right? Like, I get that it's frustrating, but oh my god. First favorite of Tsuno's game, second only to DMC1, which is by Hideki Kamiya. Oh, so cool. I did not get into Doom Eternal. I started playing it, but I didn't end up doing it because I think I started playing it around the time that I broke up with my ex. So it just kind of got lost. I would love to give it a shot again. I loved Doom 2016. I think the opening to Doom 2016 is some of the best, like, put a gun in your hand, tell you what to do. Like, second only to maybe Ultra Kill. The opening to Ultra Kill is so beautiful. They did my boy Mick Gordon so dirty. Ooh. I need to make you a VIP, baby. I'm actually gonna mod you. There you go. My girlfriends are mods now. Miss Mod.
Despite making his channel to ostensibly cast light on classic games, he's kind of just bad at game criticism in general, not just taking criticism.
Eternal is hard
Never been able to just say, hey,
once you play a
this game
certain way,
isn't
but once
for
it
me,
clicks, doing the
or,
song and dance.
more
Yeah.
tellingly, is never able
See, that's...
to break down why gameplay systems interact with each other. How and
pause. YouTube's premiere system is fighting with me. Yeah, I adore games that reward perfectionism. I like that too. That's why I like Elden Ring so much. That's why I like Dark Souls so much, I think, is that those are games are giving you a challenge and daring you to beat it. Right? It's being hard on purpose. I love learning all the little things. Like when I'm playing Elden Ring especially, I will run up against a boss and like I have a thing that I want to do and I want to beat it with this weapon, but now I need to go and like ultimately fix up my build so that I'm able to do it with the stuff that I have, with the tools that I have. What can I go get? What items will give me a slight boost here? And then it really comes down to, because like you're never gonna get a build that just kills something, and then because if I did that, I would just use a certain items that just make sure that the boss is dead. But I want to beat it this way. So the rest of it comes down to me being good at it. I have to learn when to dodge. I have to learn what to avoid. I need to learn where I'm going, what the moves look like, how they're timed. That learning experience and me dying to the boss, even like the first 10 times of dying to a boss, is really just learning and then improving and getting better at dodging and making less mistakes. And then when you get frustrated, you have to take a step away sometimes. And that's okay. Have you tried Deathloop? I haven't played Deathloop, but if that's a similar style, it might be something I'm gonna give a shot to. I never played Dishonored all the way through. I don't like stealth games very much. I think that is my thing. I don't want like I would like Doom Eternal more than like a stealth game. Dishonored doesn't have to be a stealth game, but it does if you want it. If you want a certain, like, if you want all the endings and you want all the achievements, it encourages you to be a stealth game. Maybe it would be worth playing through Dishonored not as a stealth game then. Because I've heard it's good. And I enjoyed what I played of it. But again, it was from that period when I didn't really have that much access to video games.
Contributes to his criticisms. Instead, he usually just hand waves away everything, even when it reveals his own ineptitude with the gameplay, in the process revealing even further ineptitude with criticism and then being able to take criticism.
Having fun, I would just call it addiction. Because if you've ever watched any speedrun in your life, and I'm not even going to count GDQ, because all of them are degenerates, but if you just count normal speedrunners, look at their face while they're playing the game. Do they look like they're having fun?
They're focused, dude.
No, of course they're not, because they've played the game like 1,000 times. They know exactly what's going to happen. They've done the same thing over and over again, just to beat us slightly faster. Because
Yeah,
their dopamine receptors are fried, and so are yours, whether you admit it or not.
Oh my
Even
god.
his fans have noticed that he's just not very good at playing games. They even make fun of him with the inside joke of a DSP moment when he fucks up on stream, a reference to the infamous internet lolcow Darkside Phil. For his part,
Exactly,
he
yeah.
seemed to be in on the joke until recently, where I think he just got so mad at people calling him DSP and son of DSP that he just banned it from the chat. Again, not great with criticism.
You
Now,
love
these might seem like
DSP?
a bunch of pithy points, but I promise they are going somewhere. I bring up gaming first.
I will
because
have to.
that is
I
what
think
Synth
I would need to be
constantly
sold on
claims this channel
DSP
is
because
about. He
I've
just wants to play
seen
games.
DSP
He
say
doesn't
some
want
not so great
political
stuff. I at
arguments.
least think.
But I don't even have a
Not even like
fucking
opinions on video
opinion. I
games, just
care about
like
video games. That's it.
he just seems like a very
Caring
angry
about video
person.
games is being right wing in current year because like fuck you. How dare you not accept all these, you know, shit that I don't even have to say. Because, you know, saying it is offensive. But no, I've really gotten that mad over things that most normal people would find pretty trivial. But that's because I love video games. Unlike people who claim they love video games by jerking off whatever the most popular game is released at the time, I've been playing games since I was 5 years old. I've played probably well over 1,000 at this point.
Okay.
To save my own skin. Honestly, just because I don't care about politics that much.
See, he thinks it's the hypocritical left that's always injecting their politics into everything, which
Jesus
apparently
Christ.
he must be a secret leftist because he can
Yeah,
actually
ouch.
fucking stream without making some pretty explicit political points.
Blatant white humiliation ritual I think I've seen in any media where it's literally just
I have
like,
my Shrimps
you know,
is Bugs
what, do you
shirt
think I'm
on.
diversity hire?
I'm gonna start like
you know,
dressing
I
up
had to
for
be
stream and
checked
everything.
4
I'm gonna be
times
happy.
more than everyone else for this job. Do you think we are not qualified for this? You know, things like that. And she's like, no, I do. You know, I mean, she said like some corporate speak shit, and I'm just literally like, every time the bitch says something, I'm like, yes, you are a diversity hire. You're not qualified for this.
What?
You know, like, it basically just rattle off everything. You had lower college scores than everyone else. You're fucking an affirmative action hire, blah, 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 blah. You know, fuck you. Kill. I'm losing it. The low birth rate.
What? What the fuck? In his defense, he's tenacious and does a great job at rolling with punches. And when put on the same block with real pieces of work like Wings and LTG, I think DSP is definitely one of the better people. I at least will agree with that. I'll say sure. There's a lot of stuff you really like, and it's fun watching people fumble through some of your favorite games. You know what? I will give you that. I will give you that. I never want to be the kind of person that yucks other people's yums, right? Hey, what's up, Sky? I always want to be the kind of person, yeah, I am a full-time streamer now. But I don't want to be the kind of person that tells other people they can't have fun playing something just because they're not good at it, right? Like, I want this guy to enjoy playing video games. I just wish he wasn't so angry at other people. But yeah, I am, can I just say you're really pretty? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're really sweet. I am going whole hog on streaming. I'm going to be doing a lot more, streams about a lot of stuff. I'm going to talk about things I think are important. What we're doing today is we're going through that Domain's new video that's being posted. We actually had them in the chat earlier, which was super, super flattering. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff like this. I'm streaming. I have a schedule set up down below. There's a schedule section. that should tell you when I'm going, but it's gonna be from noon to 6 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and then 2 to 8 or 2 to 5, 2 to 8, I think, on Sundays. So 4 days a week at least, and I'm gonna be putting out edited content. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna do my best. I have this audience built up, and I'm gonna do something with it. I completely understand DSP haters, and I watch most of his content through This Is How You Don't Plays by this detractor community, right? You've been watching it for like 10 years. No, absolutely. I think that's great. I think you love something, which is awesome. It was super, super flattering to have Dead Domain in here earlier today. I tweeted at them, and they, I tweeted at them that I was going to be watching their video on stream, and I was encouraging people to go see it, and I'm still encouraging everyone in the chat. Please go look at their stuff. It's amazing. It's the kind of shit that I wish I could be doing, and I hope that one day I will be. And I think it's really important. You're biting me a million times.
It's in the West are completely artificial based on what the elites have imposed on us, like, you know, birth control and microplastics and high fructose corn syrup, etc., etc., etc. Whereas in Japan, it's, you know, it's a result of the lifestyle, but the lifestyle is certainly nothing admirable. No comment.
Oh.
I love how even the fucking aliens love human women. This is, you know what, this is an allegory for race mixing.
What?
See, this is why I started with gaming, because everything about his channel and all of his hypocrisy just stems from there. The very first thing he sells himself as, a gamer who doesn't want politics in his games, is basically an outright lie. He loves to call out other people who don't play games, loves to call journalists and casuals the people who are ruining the game industry.
See, that's the difference between me and most of you who watched the original video that you'll never understand. I actually care about gaming. I actually care about this industry. For you, it's just a casual hobby. If video games disappeared from the earth tomorrow, you would move on with your life and would be like nothing changed. Because that's always what you fucking normies do. Every goddamn time. Doesn't matter what the hobby is. You invade it and you ruin it. Because you feel excluded, or the rules are too
Oh shit,
hard,
I missed therapy
or it's
today.
too hard to get into.
I didn't even need to. Oh god, I need to stop.
To make it more accessible, and then you move in, and then you change everything, and you make it go to shit. And it's the same exact thing with the fucking feminists, leftists, SJWs, cucks, beta males, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter what buzzword. The group of people who are perpetually offended and ruin things with their politics. Their ever-changing politics, ever-changing rules. Constantly more fucking rules.
But look at what he plays.
What the hell is this guy? Sorry. Yeah, whatever website he's getting the target from is hurting him exactly. Let me send you the cards. Everything should be fixed now. Sorry, I have to take a... I'm gonna let this play for a little while. I have to handle something.
He's the casual player. He constantly lashes out at commies and the left for making things about politics, but from his jokes to the chat he encourages to the bizarre conspiracies and pretty blatant calls for violence, often inspired by something as simple as seeing a black woman in a video games.
Phalanx, thanks to 5 euros. How are you disappointed by the Elden Ring DLC? Were you expecting to tone down the difficulty to cater to it? Okay, you fucking or, you know, that's a good thing. I'm sorry, this is Pride Month. You have dog shit taste. Absolutely an embarrassment. Are you kidding me? If the only thing you like about Soul...
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anybody that says that the DLC is too hard is so fucking stupid. They're not doing it right. There's like ways to make it easier. You explore. You're supposed to explore. I can hear Agatha laughing in the other room at me. I know it's at me, not with me. She's laughing more at that because she can hear me. Ugh. Ugh. Makes me so angry. Shut up. The fucking Shadow of the Erdtree is a masterpiece. Shadow of the Erdtree is such a masterpiece for answering so many of the questions that were left behind by the main game while not like recontextualizing major swaths of the lore through lost history. It's so cool and it's so fun and the bosses are hard because you're stupid. You're also laughing at me. You're so mean. Everyone is so mean to me. Everyone wants me to blow up. Alright. Let me send my therapist my stuff. There. Pictures of my insurance card for my therapist. And then my grandma texted me. Everybody say hi to my grandma. What the hell? What did I do? What put me in jail? I love my grandma. She's a sweetheart, even if she's kind of a butthead sometimes. But so am I. I get that from her. Why am I in clown jail? This is bullshit.
Sorry, accident.
So, apparently, apparently, the context of what happened was lost on Agatha, and she thought I just got so angry talking about Elden Ring that I started barking, which, you know what, is on brand. Oh my god. If you want to, I'm gonna shill again. Um, my Twitter just got linked by Nightbot. Check it out. All of my links are there. They're also, I believe, down below. I am in a lot of places. I'm going to be streaming a lot more regularly. I have a Ko-fi if you wish to donate. I have a Patreon if you wish to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you subscribe through Twitch, that is a huge, huge boon. Even if you're using your Prime subs, I appreciate that even more because you really only get we get one of them a month, and so you have to choose really carefully where it goes. That makes me really happy. But any little bit that you do, even just sitting here, sitting through the ads, watching my stuff, engaging with me, that all helps me so, so much and lets me know that what I'm doing is good and I'm doing the right kind of thing. I want to use what I'm good at to make better stuff. I love you all very, very much. Get back to this video.
Souls is the difficulty. You're not a fan of Souls. You're not.
Shut up. Oh my god,
No,
you're so
that is not
stupid.
the reason why the Souls games are good. Never were.
It is though. It is. It's part of it. It's that the game is so punishing. That the games are so aggressive in their challenge. They're asking you a question and daring you to beat it. And by being intentionally challenging like that, in a lot of ways, stacking the odds against you and being unfair, it makes you feel so much better when you best that challenge. It makes you feel like you really earned it. It makes you feel stronger, and it teaches you things. It's about the first Dark Souls game I will always stand by as being an allegory for getting yourself out of depression. Getting yourself out of a bad situation, out of a bad mental health situation where you are stuck dealing with something that is beyond your control. And these demons are so huge that you can't beat them by yourself, but you have to, unfortunately. And the best you can do is learn. You gotta learn how to dodge. You gotta learn how to hit them when they're ready to get hit. And it's so sad to see somebody miss that point. Because I really think that symbolizes that they are a person who is struggling with mental health issues and needs help getting out of it. But some level of it has to come from inside of you. Some level has to be that drive, that fire, and that desire to get better at something that you care about. And I think some people maybe just lack that. That was something that was so frustrating about me for a while. It frustrated me because I was like, I want so badly to make something. I want to create something. I want to create something that's important to somebody. And I felt like I was not creative. I felt like I couldn't do it because I couldn't write or I couldn't write something. I didn't have the same level of excitement that people have for like writing and art and things like that. These are things that I like doing, but I didn't have that passion. And you know what I have that fucking passion for? Streaming. And finally allowing myself to be okay with that and let this be my art. Insane. And I felt so much better since I'm doing that, and now that I feel like I'm actually working on something I care about, my whole like framing has shifted, and I'm really sad for people that don't get to do that. Like, this guy clearly was at least in a similar position as me, where he felt like he had things that he wanted to say and he wanted to share it with the world. But you have to have that drive, you have to have that passion, you have to want to get better, you have to want to grow. Okay, you're gonna get, if you start getting me talking about Dark Souls 2, you're now, like, this is gonna be a whole extra 2-hour conversation that we're never gonna get back to this video. Dark Souls 2 is an unsung masterpiece. I refuse any other, Dark Souls 2 is so strange and beautiful, and it was so many ideas that weren't realized, and it was a lack of care, a lack of funding, but also a lack of the ability to follow through, either from technology or this lack of other stuff, that made it so the game feels like an unfinished pitch. You know? The game feels like it's an underrated masterpiece. The technology was a big factor in the development. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. And a lot of their focus, a lot of their efforts were pushed towards making Bloodborne, which was a more traditional game that followed in the line of Dark Souls, right? The rough edges, yes, and I love them. I love how rough the edges are. I love that it's not perfect. I love that it's a game of mistakes. It's a game that shows what big ideas can get you without execution. And Torch is going to play a way bigger role. Yeah, and that's why you see people call Elden Ring Dark Souls 2 too. I do that. Elden Ring picks up a lot of stuff from Dark Souls 2's pitches. Yes! Oh my god, 80! We same brain, bitch. Dark Souls 2 is a game that had so many of the ideas that eventually were rolled into Elden Ring, because it was a game that dared to be creative with its concepts before it was possible to do that with the tools that they had. The way that life is a lot more of an open resource in the game. It wants you to explore the areas. It wants you to find the little things, the little secrets. It has so many interweaving quest lines that are interesting, with characters that need to be summoned in certain places for certain fights and need to be talked to a certain number of times. Keys to open DLC areas that let you go far into the past to discover something, and talking about cycles of power, talking about even the themes of Elden Ring are in Dark Souls 2, where you're talking about a cycle of power. You're talking about how kings become despots and then are overthrown to be replaced by another king that's another despot. And Elden Ring has the same idea. Oh, it's so good. Dark Souls 2 is what Dark Souls 2 wanted to be Elden Ring in a time where we had Skyrim. Right? Does that make sense? The technology that we had, the cutting edge technology we had was Skyrim. Dark Souls 2 dared to be Elden Ring. And yeah, it means the game is bad. In a lot of ways, it has stuff about it that isn't very good and isn't very fun sometimes. But I see the dream in it. I see it. I love the Queens of Dark Souls 2 because I love the idea of a Manus reincarnating in shards as a bunch of women in power. Yes! Yes! Oh, you're so cool! Smart enemy placement? No! They don't need that! This shit's Dark Souls 2! Your ass is getting jumped! Now I want to stop playing. I want to stop watching this video and go play Dark Souls 2. You fuck me up. I need to learn to speedrun Dark Souls 2. I want to do an all Souls, like I want to do an all Lord Souls, all DLC speedrun. And I want to get really good at beating the game in a single sitting. Playing Scholar of the First Sin, exactly. I'm gonna become a speedrunner. I don't know. I just want to get good at Dark Souls 2 specifically, right? I only want to get really good at games I really like. The only thing you don't like about Scholar is Iron King's Keep. I agree with that. I agree with that. I that's the only area I struggle with usually. All right, let's watch a little more of this, then I might actually go play Dark Souls 2.
The only thing you like about the games is that they're hard. You're subhuman. Period.
In our awesome
What
opinion.
makes someone a subhuman
I
for
specifically
using
bring one mace on the
Discord
journey to
or
handle Alone
liking
Nights.
Souls
Yeah.
games for their difficulty. It's so weird. I don't want to get too off track here, but it is bizarre how limited his lexicon of insults is for someone who spends so much time on 4chan. Like, he should have an arcane tome full of racial
the Book of
slurs nobody's
Wrath.
heard since the Ottoman Empire, and the best he can do is just to call someone by the social media they use. Second best is usually call them a subhuman or a degenerate. Like most things he does, it's just so toothless and lame. The same goes for words like leftist, liberal, and communist, which, by the way, he uses all three interchangeably, probably because he doesn't know the difference, but also because he has to immediately label any dissenting opinion based on politics. For him, it's practically reflexive, like flinching. Most of the time, he has to make up political alignments and conspiracies to inject into his rants. Like, there can be no political statements made whatsoever, just a woman or person of color, and this will be how he reacts.
Dude, how do these keep getting made? BlackRock, this is how we. Never mind. I'm not gonna Fed post. But if you just look at history, I'll put it this way: if you look at human history, when one man decides enough is enough and does something,
oh my god,
it would have happened by now. We are all domesticated soy boys in comparison to the Giga Chad of the past. Uncle Ted was right.
Oh my god.
Damn, we need the new Uncle Ted.
Holy shit.
BlackRock needs to go down. Like, no one's buying this. There's only so many times they can get woke and go broke before people realize, this money's coming from somewhere. And they seem to have unlimited money. It's almost like voting with your wallet isn't enough, okay?
He just sees a woman or a person of color in his chat, brings up a political point, and he goes off with very little self-restraint. He cannot help himself but to bring up politics constantly. And for a portion of his fan base, that's why they watch him, for his based takes. And you can go to his Kiwi Farms thread to see them say as much. His chat often goads him into these political tangents, and seemingly pushes for more violent and unhinged rhetoric, especially during his drunken streams, but I'll get to that in a moment.
Jesus.
First, we gotta keep hearing about how Synthetic Man is everything he claims to hate and be against. Let's get back to his opinions on the leftist commies ruining games who want to push their political ideologies on everyone.
Okay, this is what happens when you live in a far left echo chamber and have 4 years. Everything you see is propaganda, but they're essentially just people who bitch and complain about anything that isn't leftist propaganda all day, and that's their entire life. They don't consume product because they're all fucking broke. They live with their parents. They're unemployed.
Wait, don't you live with your parents?
All they
Aren't
do
you
is surround
unemployed?
themselves with people who think exactly like them all day.
That's just
all
you!
they do.
Now, you might be
But
asking, why does this make him a hypocrite? He's just making fun of losers who still live with their parents and have no experience in the real world.
What the hell?
Because, like everything else I've listed so far, the things he's getting mad at just describe him.
I was gonna say.
I just don't have nearly the bills most people do, because I'm one of those people who lives with their parents. Well, I live with my mother, not my dad, but you know. Job, yes. Full-time, definitely not. In the sense that, I mean, it's full-time in the sense it's my only form of income, you know, kind of. I don't know. I mean, it is. I'd say it is. We'll just say for the sake of argument, it is. But I don't work full time by any stretch. No, I'm a lazy motherfucker. I do, you know, what it takes.
God. Okay, see, this is the scary thing, right? Is that I worry that somehow. This is the thing that scares me, right? When I'm jumping into this kind of career change, where I'm going to do something. I'm doing something that I care about, that I think is good, that I think I'm good at. But it scares me to potentially become a person like this. And like that is the fight that I always have to do with myself of like I need to be better than people like this, right? We're like, yeah, I'm living with my partner who technically takes care of most of the bills. But I'm going to do my damnedest to not be this kind of person about it. Ugh, I don't know.
Exactly.
It's scary.
He's never really lived anywhere but home. He's 29 or 30, hasn't had a real job in years by his own attesting. By the way, this is not me speculating.
Being a streamer and not wanting to do traditional work shouldn't be considered negative. Yeah.
Just playing and caring only about video games.
Yeah, absolutely.
You should have a full-time job and this should be your hobby. That's just not gonna happen. Because first of all, I'm way too lazy to do a real job. Second of all, most people who have real job, if they make quality content, can't make the video. Like, look at how many videos ER releases.
It's scary because I feel like this guy could like. There's an alternate future where I'm this guy, right?
I've been doomed to this existence.
There's an alternate future where me in college never did the introspection and became this guy. And that scares me a lot. Oh, God. Because I am the person who has tried and failed a lot of times to do jobs. I thrive in certain manual jobs, but even then, it's like I would rather be doing my own thing. And there's a clown future. There is an alternate timeline where I am Synthetic Man, and that's always really scary to me. I'm really glad that I took the time to do the journey that was, you know, introspection, that was all the hard things that I had to do. I'm glad that I did them, because otherwise I could have ended up like this, and that's, like I said, that's terrifying. More.
By bad.
In a better future, people will work when they want, enjoyably. Exactly.
Also, a lot of bad choices I made.
Like everything with Synthetic Man, he has a
I dream of a better world.
Practically the only consistent thing about him is his hypocrisy. While he fully admits that he's too lazy to have a real job, he doesn't take
love that
any
tattoo
of that
on
responsibility
them.
on
It
himself.
looks so
Instead
good.
of blaming his parents for what he calls learned helplessness. This is a misappropriated psychiatry term that he basically uses to justify his ineptitude. We will talk more about this plenty later, but for now, it's worth pondering that when this laziness is brought up to him, his defense is that nobody knows what he's been through unless they've lived his life.
When are you going to accept your parents are trash and teach yourself what you need to know? You can't do that. That's cope. I would love for you to show me an example of someone with basically learned helplessness teaching them all the skills. Because every time I've heard something to that, they exaggerated.
Me! I'm choosing to say me. I'm the example. I am the you that learned these things, and the fact that I exist spits on you. Fuck you, Synthetic Man. Fuck you. Literally just bared my fears about that, and you are somebody, like, I didn't learn things that I needed to learn from my parents. I didn't learn how to shave. I had all kinds of fucking things about me that I never learned to do that were important for my upkeep. I didn't know how to do taxes. I didn't know how to get a job. Not the right way. I figured all that shit out myself, and you have to do that too. It's hard, and it sucks, but you do have to do it, because nobody's coming to help you. And that, oh, it's so frustrating as somebody that has gone through and done all of that hard work. To see people like this, who to blame learned helplessness, that blame their mental illnesses for things. Like, yes, mental illness is something that gets in the way, but you have the ability to overcome that through hard work, and it sucks for a little while, but you can do it. Ugh. I know AI is a big contentious thing right now because it's mostly looking like it's threatened less necessary jobs like art and music, but really hope AI gets to the point where it can farm and distribute food and necessities. Exactly, yes. Absolutely. My favorite take on it is it would be great if we just paid artists and writers to exist. Yeah! Yes! AI handles necessary jobs and people handle the soft jobs like art and literature. AI being used to harm folks by removing their ability to self-determine. Yes! Stripping jobs while the economic conditions require money, which is acquired through jobs. Yes! The next step needs to be letting people live the way they want to live. It's compassion, it's kindness, it's offering helping hands to each other. It's creating a way for there to be a better world somehow. It is working together to make sure that we are all getting what we need. It's having the internal responsibility to not take too much and to talk about yourself and how you're feeling and be open about the things that you need, the things that you want, and the things that you're scared about. It's a responsibility that everybody has. The universal basic income is a huge radical step, but it becomes closer to reality if more traction can be found. I am very, very lucky to live in a place where I don't have to pay very much money at all for the goods that make my life easier. And I think that in a world where I was in a different state that did not have access to medication that I am taking to save my life, to change the kind of person that I am taking hormones. I'm taking depression medication. I'm taking ADHD medication. These things would not have been accessible to me or affordable had I lived in like Texas, say. They would not have been either affordable nor accessible. And that's the first step. That's the first step. Because those being available and easy to get your hands on are what make it easier and easier to make the future steps that require living in this society requires now. Because we don't have the ability to just take care of each other the way that we need to. We need to learn something. But the one basic step we can do is making sure that they're fed and that their mental health is taken care of, and everything sprouts from that. All of the good in the world sprouts from that.
Their parents' issues, because that just doesn't happen. At a certain point, it's just not gonna fucking happen.
Sorry.
Therapy isn't for men. Exaggerated their parents' issues, because that just doesn't happen. That they exaggerated skills, because every time I've heard something to that, they exaggerated their parents' issues, because that just doesn't happen. At a certain point,
they exaggerated your parents' issues? What?
Therapy isn't for men because men want solutions, not validations. Women want validations. Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I wanted validation for a long time, but not from therapy, from my parents.
Yeah.
I never did get that. Eventually.
I think that is something that I want to talk about, because it's something that I have recently been experiencing, is going through the thought process of why I'm so frustrated that I'm having a fight with my father right now. And a lot of it stems from the fact that he has an issue with what I'm doing with my life. I think. I admit I hung up on him on the phone because I was too angry after he told me to stop watching CNN, and that this April person that I was trying to be was clearly not making me happy. I could not stay on the phone and talk to him because it was just hostile. He was just bullying me. But still, in my heart, I know that when you say shit like that, you're just trying to hurt somebody, and I don't need to give his opinion any weight. But in my heart, I want approval from him. Even when he says things like that, even when he is a cruel person to me. Saying that to a trans woman is extra insulting. Exactly. And it's so frustrating because he's never had any interest in me as a person. He's never had an interest in me as, like, the things that I'm interested in were never important to him. They were just things that a kid did. And then when I got older and I still liked them, and I still tried to share, I tried to share art that I like with him. Like pieces of media, movies, TV shows, video games, things that I had enjoyed and found very good. I wanted to share them with him, and it just wasn't enough for him. I've always been a disappointment because he wanted a son who played sports and did exactly what he wanted, I think. He's a teacher. He wants things a certain way. He wants control over people. He wanted a lot of control over me, I think. And now that I am my own person, making my own decisions, doing my own weird things with my life, it's hard for him to accept that. And again, this is all things that I'm thinking. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm trying to understand him at least. Even now, I wouldn't say that my father is a bad man. I think he's a very good person. He does very kind things, and I think I learned a lot of my generosity from him. I think I learned a lot of my acceptance of the kinds of people that there are in this world from him. But I think he struggles with not having control over me anymore, with not having my actions fit the image of what I was in his head. And I think that I need to face him down and talk about me being transgender and how that affects him. Because that is important. He needs to think about it. And it's scary. It's very frustrating seeing somebody who very clearly wanted the validation that I want so badly, right? It's something that I want very badly, is to be approved of by my father. But I know that I can't have that right now. And I'm going to try, but I also have to have the bravery to know that it might not be possible and that I'll never get it. And I have to live with that. I have to then determine for myself that I am still worth it. And I am. Don't get me wrong. There's a reason that I've made myself into the kind of person that I am. And it's because I think I'm worth it. I wish he would see that too. I hope that whatever is happening inside of this man's head eventually makes its way out into the world. And I hope that he finds his happiness, because everyone deserves happiness. Everyone deserves to be able to be happy and to be approved of by the people that they want to get the approval of. But unfortunately, that's not how the world works sometimes, and I'm really sorry. And I hope that he's able to find that. I hope he's able to do the introspection that's required and the hard work that's required to get better from something like this. Because we're all dealing with this, and I'm sure there are a lot of people that are just like him in this world, who are not diagnosed, who are not getting treated, who are not going to therapy, who are not talking about the things and thinking about the things critically about themselves that aren't very good. I think it would lead a lot of people to better places, and it might lead more people to finding out that they're trans. Because I think that being trans is an ultimate in introspection. I lived my whole life feeling like there was something wrong that I couldn't put my hand on, and I couldn't explain it to anybody because anybody that I tried to didn't get it. But I was always an outcast. Even when I was popular among my friends, I felt different. I've always felt that way, and finally I found what it was. And it has made all the rest of my life better. And I hope that this person is able to also find that for them. If it's not transition, then I hope they'll find it. Whatever it is. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of the end of my big rant.
You learn to give up on those things.
And some of you
Hydrate.
might already be
Got it.
getting ahead of me and wondering, does he reserve that same sentiment for the experiences of other people? Does he require that empathy and understanding for others' lived experiences and emotions before allowing them to be valid? Say, for example, when it comes to women, trans people, or
Thank
people
you.
of color. Fuck no.
Some anti-Zionists that make me pro-Palestine. Sure. It's not like I don't even care about the Middle East. That's the truth. I wish nobody cared, and I wish they got no foreign aid or any of that shit. I wish, everyone had to fend for themselves. And so for those of you who are NEETs, obviously depressed, don't know the purpose in life, probably not going to get a girlfriend, etc., 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 you have to realize that if you can somehow manage to work up the motivation to do something, literally anything, some creative pursuit, that's why you see all these who are making video games, because they're the NEETs, dude. I'd say probably the most of them are not working a real job. They're probably living off of disability. Maybe they're working part-time or something. The type of people who have the time to work 5 years on a game, they're the people who don't like actually work hard.
Throughout history, women have been attracted to men older than them, which is a conflict because women over 30, you know, roasties, are extremely jealous of young women. They take it out on men by saying men are pedophiles.
God, he's like a
woman younger than them when the younger women are seeking out older men.
Oh
So
God.
this is why like these fucking anyway.
It's
We're
insane.
gonna get into severe incel talk in a second. But the point is, these empty egg cartons are an extreme issue with online discourse. They need to be banned. They need to be like banned in mass because their opinions are corrupting future generations because they have nothing better to do. They have a lot of them have successful careers. You know, a lot of these women probably make more money than I do, almost certainly.
Already, you can see how Synth is deeply insecure, lashing out at
Oh my
so many
God,
things,
it's so
often with
gross.
tired
I don't
insult,
even
but for everything
I don't
he
even
bases
know
his
where to
channel
go
and
with
personality
that.
on,
I don't know if I
he's
can add
undefined
anything.
by
This is
himself. He's the
horrible.
one who can't go to a game without injecting politics, even when there are none. He's the casual who doesn't play a wide variety of games. He's the person who has issues with difficulty. And I know in the extremely unlikely circumstance he's made it this far into the video, like, come on, I've seen how he freaks out at being forced
God,
to watch it.
it's like it's like a complex, right? It's like it feels like he's so angry at himself but doesn't know how to face that. And that's so scary. I hope he finds his peace. I really, really do.
2-minute cutscene. But if he's still watching, he'll likely be saying something to the effect of, but leftists say all art is political. Which is a true statement, but not in the way he thinks. Where he believes leftists need all art to push a political agenda.
Yeah.
Ubisoft claims their games are not political, which obviously is false. Their games are political. I don't want to get into an argument of everything is political, because that's something that commies say, for good reason, you know, if you understand anything about communism or socialism. And if you want to get into, like, bitch boy semantics, which is something I like to do a lot, yeah, everything is political, technically. But that's not what people mean. They just don't have the words to describe what they mean.
And as society has made the slow march into making literally everything political, with many people simply telling you that everything is political, yet out of the other side of their mouth also telling me that I'm making things political when everything's political. So figure that one out. If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all, right? But obviously The Last of Us Part 2 is probably the most infamous example of being unable to escape propaganda in modern games. Despite the fact the apocalypse took place in 2013, which is a few years before the trans movement even started, one of the major characters in the game, Lev, is trans.
When people say all art is political, they mean that art is political because artists
But trans people existed
around them, which includes.
He's so close to figuring it out. Oh my God.
The political strife and developments of the time, or how those political developments have affected them.
Is he just stupid? I feel like I'm stupid, right? But I feel nicer than this.
Is Francisco Goya. Francisco Goya was a court painter for royalty in the 1700s who made amazing photorealistic
I think it's
portraits.
less because
Then
like
after witnessing
it's
some
less
awful
even
shit
like an
during his
intelligence
work for
thing and more
independence,
just like a
his entire
failure of
artistic
like
style changed. He made a series of
the
drawings
failure
depicting the
to
horrors of war in stark brutal
self-determine.
reality. Later, when an illness relapsed and he almost died, he made arguably his most famous works called
The
Black
refusal
Paintings.
even
When you
to
compare and contrast his early work with his later work, there is a stark difference to the twisted, hellish style in the Black Paintings. While the art itself is depicting death, sadness, madness, and whatever else Goya was going through, the art itself is undeniably influenced through the lens of its creator, by the political state of the time. This is what people mean when they say art is political. It's not that the
Yeah.
art is taking a political stance or pushing an agenda.
Yeah,
It's saying
exactly.
that you can't properly discuss these works of art and their themes without acknowledging the political upheaval in Spain at the end of the
Political
Napoleonic
just
era
means people
and how
I don't
directly and
like.
deeply affected Goya.
It's
No
just
art
like
class
woke,
or
right?
history
It's because
teacher
they don't know what
would
that
bring up
actually
Goya's black
means.
paintings
There's
without
no
talking about how they were
woke
affected
just
by
means shit I don't
politics. And
like.
when you consider his proximity to politics, witnessing of war and strife, and falling from royal favor, it makes sense that the art he's creating reflects a more pessimistic and macabre worldview. Was this an elaborate tangent just to show people some of my favorite paintings?
Yeah.
But also, the next time somebody scoffs at all art being
They're so
political,
fucking
you can
cool. They're so
immediately
cool.
tell how
They're
much they
so
actually know
cool. I
about
think that
art
hanging
and
out
its
with them would
themes and how
probably
art
be
is directly
extremely
affected
super
by the
fun.
time and political
I would
climate
smoke with
it's
this
made in.
bitch.
There are plenty of trends in films that reflect this, by the way. Economic anxiety is represented by the slew of haunted house horror movies after the mid-2000s
fuck
collapse,
you.
or the
Yeah,
glut
you
of
taught
slasher
me.
movies
Whatever.
depicting teens engaging
Hydrate.
in
Yeah.
ruinous sex and drugs as killer fodder during the height of the AIDS epidemic and the crack crisis in America. So when Synth goes on a rant about Jews or black people or women and says leftists can't
I'm
say
sorry.
anything because
I
they
would
say
like to go back and go over that again. They're talking about
how much they actually know about art and its themes, and how art is directly affected by the time and political climate it's made in. There are plenty of trends in films that reflect this, by the way. Economic anxiety is represented by the slew of haunted house horror movies after the mid-2000s housing collapse, or the glut of slasher movies depicting teens engaging in ruinous sex and drugs as killer fodder during the height of the AIDS epidemic and the crack crisis in America.
Holy shit! Wait, I never fucking put that together! I'm sorry! That's so fucking cool! That's a great point! Oh, that's so interesting! Oh my god, what are horror movies right now about? Guess I need to go see more contemporary horror. Can we go see horror movies, babe? She's doing something else. I'll talk to her later. Being so angry at yourself that you lash out at others is classic bullying behavior. Yeah. We can see them? Fuck yeah. I love horror movies. Horror movies are so fun. But I never put that together. That makes so much fun. So much fun. Right, not until October. Oh god, can we go to a drive-in? Can we go to a drive-in and watch slasher movies? Pretty please. Oh, we watched Malignant was more of like a love letter to other horror movies. But it is a reflection of the monster within man. I wonder if we're getting a re-rise of the monster within man. That's super interesting. The fears that you might not really understand the person next to you. I don't know. I would need more to see a pattern. Oh, you want to rewatch the classics again? Yes. I'm gonna do parties in my server, and every week we're gonna watch a slasher movie of a different variety. We're gonna do Friday the 13th. We're gonna do I have Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. I'll pick my favorite one of each of the series. We'll watch like Friday the 13th Part 6. We'll watch Dream Warriors. We'll watch do a marathon of them. Ooh, Silent Hill is fun. Really scared for when the new Silent Hill 2 comes out because the original SH2 was and still is too nuanced of a story for people to understand. For fair, yeah. I really like the original Silent Hill movie, actually. I think it's really interesting to see how the game was reframed into a film and where like the points that they majorly missed, obviously, but then also the points that they majorly didn't miss. It's cool. It's a cool little thing. I want to see 13 Ghosts again. I want to see the newer 13 Ghosts because it was not very good, but I remember having a lot of fun with it. I love watching I could talk about movies all day. I love bad movies. I love movies. I love movies. I love movies. 13 Ghosts was awesome. Hell yeah. I remember it not being super good, but being really fun. A lot like oh my goodness. I forgot the name of it. I can't remember the movie. It's gone. I can't. I'm sorry. It furthers people's understanding of what Silent Hill 1 was actually about, right? I have Silent Hill on PlayStation. I need to find a way to make that happen. I have the actual disc, but I need to play it. I would like to do horror games this Halloween season. That is 2 months from now. It is 2 months until Halloween. And then I get to dress up as Gandalf Big Naturals. You want a PS2 from you? I think I have a PS2. I might. I would take your PS2, though. You have 3? Goodness. Yeah, I'll take a PS2. I mean, fuck it, if you're just giving them away. Gandalf Big Naturals rant? There's a whole rant? I didn't know there was a rant. Okay, I want to get through this first part of the video.
And says leftists can't say anything because they say everything is political. That's not how that argument works. All art is influenced by politics, but that doesn't mean all art is trying to push a specific agenda, a mistake that he makes constantly. In fairness, since chat brings things up,
That's
almost
super
as much as he
interesting,
does,
though. I love
particularly
that.
when it comes to things they can make fun of him for. One of these things is an in-joke in his community about Fuda.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I don't want to go and like do a
Great.
whole tangent on Fudanari because you see,
yeah,
Synthetic Man
yep,
is wildly
for sure.
transphobic. Basically, doesn't believe there's any such thing as a passing trans woman. That it's gay to like trans women. That they're physically repulsive. So he
Ew.
hates women with penises. You'd think, unless it's an anime.
My experience with seeing women's cruelty what made me food appealed to.
Ew.
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage.
PS2 Slims are
Because
good.
it's like,
yeah.
it weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Again, like,
I
food
agree,
is
Rain,
something
that's
that
crazy.
really only works in anime. There's many fetishes that only work in anime.
That's so not
That's
true.
why, like, autists,
Hey, babe.
weebs, whatever,
Camera's
always
off.
say 2D is better than 3D.
I want grilled cheese.
There's
I
a
would
lot of
love
ideas.
a grilled
Like,
cheese.
femboys are another one where it's
Do I have
like,
to make the grilled cheese?
if you see, like,
busy.
real
Busy.
feminine men
Oh, it's just gonna make me a
trying to
grilled
be femboys,
cheese.
it's repulsive to any straight person, no matter how feminine they try to appear to be. The best they can accomplish is with filters on photos, but whenever you see video, it's never enough. There's gonna be a primal part of your brain that still knows it's a man. You know what I mean?
No.
But with anime, you can make anything look like anything.
You have one? Yeah, come over.
Husky, I said this earlier.
This is
stream.
fucking
Some
insane.
fetishes are meant for only fiction, okay?
This is
I'm
fucking
sure
insane.
like, I don't know. Anime, I've said it a million times. Anime can make almost anything appealing. That's the problem with anime.
Definitely
Anime
familiar
is
with the core thought of,
unintentionally
oh, Pog having a
helping
dick
the
doesn't preclude you
globalist
from being...
agenda by
Right.
being...
See, I don't want to be the kind of person that's like... That like sees this in somebody and is like, oh, I recognize that, like, oh, just transition, right? Oh, it's so egg-pilled or whatever. That's gross that I said it that way. But I see a lot in there that is very recognizable from things I have thought when I was really, really repressed and really didn't know what these feelings meant. And it twisted me into knots inside, and I went to some pretty scary places. Like, I get it. But estrogen might fix you. There's a couple more important thoughts that need to be thought before it gets into egg territory. Exactly, right? Yeah. I recognize a failure to introspect at all. Back, you had stuff. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome back.
An art style that can manipulate the minds of the at least slightly
Again,
autistic.
we are not really
which I
talking
may be.
about it. It's like
That's
we're
what
saying
I'll say on this matter.
this person
Because
doesn't
what
fit
he
in
cites to be a porn
society,
addiction,
and
Synth apparently
yeah.
does find trans people attractive just when they're anime girls with big cocks. Like, whatever floats your boat, dude. As long as it's not lolly shit and nobody's getting hurt, knock yourself out. I don't give a
Exactly,
fuck.
right?
But if you're gonna say that Futanari isn't trans, you're definitely wrong.
You're
Trans
struggling?
is anything outside of cisgender.
I'm sorry.
The Fuda stuff is a point his chat is constantly making fun of him for, and like everything he says.
I mean,
is kind
I'm
of
always
just
happy to talk
coat
about trans
that he
shit. That's
got
like my
drunk
whole
once and
thing.
Admitting to liking Fuda muscle mommies.
I mean, yeah, I'm a coomer, but like, I don't even fucking really have a waifu. He'll definitely grill
Ew.
me on the Fuda question. Well, that could be entertaining. I don't really care. Like, what do you expect me to say? It's just like, I'm a coomer. What do you want from me? Openly have waifu?
Ew.
You're a zoomer, bud. I was just joking. I don't have.
Oh
a
god,
waifu.
no!
Also,
Don't play the
plenty of
RuneScape
millennials
music,
have
no!
waifus, you
Oh god, he
fucking-
plays RuneScape, no!
Whatever the opposite of an
That's
internet
so
person
sad.
is, I don't know. Third world shit skin. I'm kidding.
Oh my god, holy
People are
shit,
really gonna
dude!
think I'm racist if I keep going that.
Ah!
Spencer
That was
thinks
like getting
20 pesos.
slapped!
Griffin thinks poison is a Fuda you like. I think technically she's a she-male, so that would make
Oh god.
her a man with, you know, extensive surgery, like a Brazilian. True,
Words.
basically.
Ew.
I
Stop.
don't think there's very few canonical Fudas in fiction.
Real quick, one other point.
Yeah, if
It
you wanna
should not
talk in
surprise
private,
you
for
by
sure.
now that Synth is like crazy
He just
racist.
keeps saying yeah.
Despite the fact that he did this very scientific poll to prove, specifically to me, like by name, that his chat couldn't
Who
be
that
racist
bro
because
cook?
they
Get
aren't
the
all
fucking
white.
utensils
And I
out of
wanna
his
say I will
hand.
shoot myself before I save a crimer. All right. See,
Ugh.
that's what I'm saying. Like, in game sense, it's Indian, so this is not like some white guy being like, again, for the lurking leftists. This is an Indian saying this. Okay, so if you're thinking like, oh, only white people are racist or whatever, no, I have a very diverse chat. In fact, if there's any
Yeah, no,
lurking
if you want
lefties
to talk in
here, let's do
privately
a poll right here.
though, Sky, we can absolutely talk. But
Are
if you are
hold
looking
on,
to,
it's been a while since I've done
if
a
you have any
racial
questions,
poll.
I'm happy to.
Are
let me
you
say that. I'm gonna
white?
pause this so this guy's not talking. Oh, gross. So gross. So gross, the things he's saying. Everything about it, awful. For serious, though, if you do want to talk about trans shit, I am happy to answer questions. I think it's important to be open about my experience. It's not something that everybody who's trans wants to do, so you can't expect everybody to be open for it, but I am always open to answer questions. If you have anything that you want to talk about, please let me know. I have a lot of experience now. So feel free.
There you go. So here you go. So all lurking leftist watch
Ugh.
as my audience is more diverse than any bread tuber. Get shocked.
So how you have other folks you can get in touch with? Absolutely. Talking about trans stuff is fun. How do you know if you're trans? That's actually a really good question. Because a lot of my experience with being trans didn't match the experience that I thought being trans was, right? And you hear a lot, you'll hear the word dysphoria thrown around. Dysphoria is what people see it as is like, oh, it's the horrible pain that I get from not having a female body. I want to be trapped. I'm trapped in the skin. I'm all that. You hear the narratives. But there is a second thing that defines trans experience, and that's euphoria. Euphoria is the feeling that you get, the feeling of joy, and that rising feeling that you get in you when you feel that you're presenting in a way that you want, when you feel you're being seen in a way that you want. The feeling of just generally feeling like it would be right if this was the case. That is euphoria, and that also is a sign of transness. It's not always as violent as to be making you very dysphoric, but dysphoria is not just physical discomfort, it's not just pain. Dysphoria is not always that extreme. A lot of the time, it takes until you realize that you are euphoric for the different thing, that you realize that you are actually dysphoric, which really just means uncomfortable with the body that you're in. And I will tell you this, you will not jump headfirst into transition. If it's something that you want to try, if you want to try hormones, right? You can talk to a doctor and get yourself on a regimen, but they were going to interview you. They are going to tell you all the pros and cons. They are going to give you the information that you know, the things that hormones will do to you. And if you take them, it'll change how your body works for a little while. And if you don't like it, then you can stop. Yeah, our case here, dysphoria is an info hazard like that. Yeah, you get people describe it so viscerally, and it does feel like that, but usually it took for me to realize that I wasn't happy with my body. I had never been happy with how I looked, how I smelled, how I felt. Puberty had been miserable. Another question, what is euphoria? Is it as small and light as a feather, or is, as I hear, a well of warm feeling? It can be either. Talking to you all about things I've been thinking about has been a really helpful experience, and I've been coming to peace with some things more recently and pushing myself to ask myself more in-depth questions and finding the drive to want to explore things and understand more. That is important. I love that for you. That is what you need to chase. Find the thing that makes you happy and keep doing it. Even if that thing is something that somebody else will tell you not to do. As long as nobody is being hurt, you should do it. For me, dysphoria was limited to my facial and body hair kind of annoys me prior to getting super into being trans. Yeah. And then I noticed more things that were like, oh, I'd always been unhappy with the way that I smelled, and I hated sweating so much, right? It was something I hated about myself, and I never talked about it to anyone because I figured that's just how everybody was. You've always just felt muted and lost. That, to me, says maybe you should look into talking about how gender dysphoria feels. It was largely that and envying trans girl just being happy and cute. Yes. I wanted very badly. I was surrounded by trans people who were happy, who were living their life, and I told myself that I couldn't have that because it wasn't for me. And the real question that I had to ask was why? Gender dysphoria Bible link. Okay. These two things are already nailing where I started. Exactly. Your experience with euphoria can be very small. If it's just, this is something I would like to try, maybe you just want to wear more feminine clothes. That is also potentially the thing. I'm just going to open this, if that's okay. I did not realize I care about myself, nor that I never cared much about myself prior. Exactly. That's exactly how I felt. The Gender Dysphoria Bible. In cultures worldwide, for as long as human civilization has existed, there have been people whose experience of their gender identity do not align with the Anglo-European concepts of binary sex based on genital structure. The Gala, a middle gender priest class of the Sumerian Empire, existed over 4,500 years ago. The indigenous cultures of North America recognized a third gender far before European colonialism and still do to this day. Tribal cultures all across Africa recognize numerous gender identities which Europeans tried to wipe out. Human beings have long lived with identities, norms, and degrees of conformity to those norms which differ from the so-called traditional idea of gender in westernized culture today. This is an incredible resource for learning maybe a little bit about yourself. It is important to educate yourself. It is important to ask questions to yourself. And it's important to try things and see if they'll make you happy. Try wearing something more feminine. Try going as a different name. Try presenting as a feminine character in a video game. How does that make you feel? Talk to your therapist. Talk to your doctor. There are clinics near you, I'm sure. Maybe Planned Parenthood. Maybe, like, I'm very lucky to live near a place called Trillium Health, which does incredible work and was very informative in getting me all of the things that I needed to know about transition. Is there trans Jesus? I've seen a lot of people represent Jesus as trans mask, and I actually think I really like that. You've been scared to do anything. Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you one thing that really helped me, and it was hearing that if the only reason you're not trying to transition is because you're scared you're not going to be a pretty girl, then you should transition. You should try it at the very least. I tried growing out and caring for my hair more for a while. Yeah, absolutely. That was a very good tool for me. I started painting my nails. I got earrings. Just little things that are pieces of expression. Get a nice skirt for yourself and wear that around. Like, who's gonna stop you? There's nothing wrong with it. You could wear a skirt as a man and that would be fine. If you're, wear something nice that you like. Try makeup. Why not? There's nothing wrong with it. You're just learning a new skill. Hell, even if you end up not liking makeup, you can learn how to do it for a future partner if you end up dating someone who likes makeup. Or maybe you're just a tomboy. Exactly. I don't really do my makeup that often. I do it sometimes, but I kind of just like how my face looks naturally. I don't paint your nails because I tried, and then work was like, all this hot water is gonna take it off in a day. Yeah, absolutely. That makes it really hard to keep your nails painted, but maybe you could paint your toes. That'd be kind of cute. That'd be fun. Get a massage. Let yourself enjoy life. Yeah, that is rough. I understand what you mean though. I used to work with a lot of pool chemicals and I couldn't keep nails, like stuff on my nails. It would get melted right off. All right. Let's finish.
Be about to be blown away at your own because I know you're lurking, especially a certain Troon who's making a hit piece on me.
Oh, cool.
Make sure to get this for the video.
This is so good. This is so good. You want to see how he constantly contradicts himself? Buckle up. You might think that's not how polls work. You're going to give an audience an end goal you want them to meet, and then they meet it, shockingly enough. Well, not only is there basically no way to do an accurate poll like
You hate
this in this
seeing
setting,
bulging veins.
but people who
No, I get it.
white can be
But
racist
those
too,
can be
as
fixed.
evidenced by something that happened in another stream where a Mexican
Yeah,
fan
you can
of
fix
his
stuff.
started
But
posting
there are ways to fix that,
anti-Semitic
I
memes
believe,
in
or
the
at least
chat.
make them less noticeable.
So he even has fans in other countries and acknowledges that they're also racist.
There's a really one of the best things about being, under the trans umbrella, because even if you're just not cis, you're in the trans community, right? Like non-binary people are absolutely welcome in the trans community. But the thing about it being a community is that there's so much resources. There's so many people that you can talk to. And what I'm trying to do is spread awareness, create a community where people can get the information they need. They can talk to each other. They can talk about things that they like. That is what I hope that my stream can be. Sis to sister. Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be back in just a minute. Let me leave you with some music. Love you all. Be right back. Hello, gamers. I'm back. I can call them whatever I want. I need to refill my water bottle, actually, so I will be back with this. Back again, sorry, I had to get my water bottle. I went... Oh my gosh, my boobs. I'll just do that, I guess. Hey, welcome back. Thank you. Filled up my water bottle, and my girlfriend grilled me a cheese because she's so sweet. She grilled me this cheese. So I'm going to consume it. I was talking to Agatha. Is the past tense of grilled, grilt? Yes. It's whatever you want it. I was explaining a graphic novel to Agatha because I was getting really excited about it. I was just talking about Nameless and like how I came to read it and everything. But I hugged her afterwards and said thank you for letting me ramble. And I said, you're my favorite. And then I thought about it and I was like, you're my favorite until June talks to me. And then June's my favorite. And then if you talk to me again, then you're my favorite again. And then I thought, she thought for a second and said, what happens if we both talk to you at the same time? And I just looked her in the eyes. I said, my body takes a screenshot, and I pissed myself. Okay, bet. Fuck you. I love you both very much. And I love my Vivi. I think she's asleep right now, unfortunately, so she can't be my favorite because right now she's not talking to me. But if she was, well, would she be my favorite? Okay. We're going back. We're going back into the content mines.
About JQ shit out of nowhere. How many people in this chat just come here to fucking get on the soapbox? We know Class Mystery. Class Mystery. I should figure out how much a mech.
Do I have a Discord or a group somewhere? I made a new one. There is a link down below for the Discord, or you can type !Discord. Nightbot also might be posting the link. There's also links to my socials, to my Twitter. I have a link tree that has links to everything, and it's right on my Twitter. So, again, any follows, subscriptions, any Patreon subscriptions that you might have, any donations to Ko-fi. I need to put my Patreon in a link, I think, still. So I'm working on it.
Mexican pesos worth, and
it's like 20 pesos to $1.
And as for being not racist, Synth did this poll to show he's not racist.
Last mystery. I should figure out how much a Mexican peso's worth, and
it's like 20 pesos to $1.
And as for being not racist, Synth did this poll to show he's not racist on the exact
I'm so
same
sorry.
stream he said this shit.
The whole point of the race shit is for the divide of the white man.
I can DM it to you.
I don't think they really needed the help, though. I don't think the white man has ever stood with each other. We would also have to count the light Hispanics if we're counting Italians due to Spain. No, Hispanics are mixed with native South Americans, though. Or, I guess Mexico is technically North America. That is a completely different ethnicity. Some of the dark Italians, I'm sure, are mixed with North African. But that's not the entire race. Hispanics are an entire race of mutts. Quite literally, an entire race of mutts.
Now, that's not where this little polling saga ends, because in another stream,
I can
when
fix
his
it
chat
right
was
now.
pestering him about being Aryan Chads or whatever the fuck, he talks about if he did a poll, half of them would lie.
Aryan is not a meme. Aryan is not a meme. You motherfuckers aren't even blonde hair, blue-eyed anyway. If I did a poll, half you would fucking lie. And as a bunch of people have already told you, I know, the real Aryans weren't even German.
So, not only does he acknowledge that his chat lies during polls, but also that non-white people can be racist. So, good job, I guess, at proving nothing but your own ineptitude in this case.
Make sure to get this for the video.
Like, the dude can't not contradict himself. From just that little interaction, you might get the idea that Synth isn't very smart. I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna say that. Somebody else might say it. I'm not going to. Remember, I'm not actually asserting anything here. Just someone out there might. But to that point, I'd recommend looking at this part where he has his friend on the stream and brings up a thought experiment. See, the next part has it all. Him not being good at games, him being wildly racist, and him contradicting himself.
Well, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast last morning?
Okay.
I never eat breakfast.
All set.
Right, but how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? Or how would you feel if you had, since you don't eat breakfast?
Kobe, what are you trying to get at right now? Just fucking spit it out.
Oh my god, this is... I'm DSPing this so hard, but it's partially because you're distracting me with... Look at my drive jacket.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How would I feel if I ate breakfast?
Okay, the whole point is, it's based on a psychological experiment. Who was it in chat who was talking about it last time? Was it Bisky? I don't know, he was describing it. It's based on a psychological experiment where basically can't conceptualize... Well, they can't conceptualize multiple things. They can't really imagine an alternate past or future, or imagine the future, and they also don't have sympathy or empathy, and it's basically just an analysis of criminals.
Unsurprisingly, this little thought experiment originated on a 4chan thread. This is nothing but black people stupid memes, which is how it spread online, and probably how Synth knows about it. It's also, I cannot stress this enough, not how IQ works. It won't surprise you to know this originated on 4chan as a racist way to say black prisoners basically don't have object permanence. There's literally no proof this experiment ever happened outside of this one 4chan post, so at most it should be taken as probably fake. However, the Synthetic Man thinks it's surefire proof of how to tell who's smart and who's not. To ask them
Fucking
a hypothetical
crazy.
question, if they're unable to grasp that hypothetical, they're an idiot. And then his friend says this.
Like, basically, dumb people can't conceptualize hypotheticals. Like that's.
I just gave the example of you never conceiving the idea of mine and Devin's hypotheticals.
No, I understand the hypotheticals, and I do play along.
You bitch and moan all the time. You're
What
like,
are you
"Dude,
talking
bitch."
about? Name an example.
The first thing that popped in my head, I don't know why, but when we were moving shit to when you still lived at your old house, we were moving shit to your storage locker, and Devin and I asked you a hypothetical. We're like, Devin, what would you do, or Kobe, what would you do if right now a plane crashed, like right beside you? And you're like, I don't know, I would just it would crash, I guess. I'm like,
I can't stand your lies. I can't stand them. Your lies. You lie like you breathe.
Now, this could be a friend just making up a story.
Holy shit.
But I kinda doubt it. The specifics are too often
Getting a
tough.
popsicle.
Plus, Synth has attested many times to having memory problems. At any rate, I believe the friend story way more than a just random 4chan post. But the point here is that Synth is ready to believe the 4chan post was an entirely real thing. A real way to determine people as being mentally inferior. Literally eugenics. And then it applies to him too. Now, again, this could well be a fake story from his friend. But judging by Synth's reaction, his insecurity, which you already know about, and the way he kind of just quickly dropped the subject and moved the fuck on, I kinda doubt it's fake. You'll notice plenty more little hypocritical points for Synthetic Man throughout, but I want to start here to really hopefully give you a sense of who he is now. We will go more into the depth of his radicalization and his beliefs, including the provably false places he gets his evidence for his beliefs from later. And as I'll show, these aspects of Synthetic Man, more than any opinions on gaming and wokeness, are what seem to draw his most fervent fans. The ones that identify with his life, the way he chooses to live, and who he chooses to blame for all the problems in the world. This reflexive, reactionary streak of lashing out at the slightest perceived infractions of wokeness, existent or not, is why people congregate in places like Kiwi Farms and 4chan, and on Synthetic Man's channel. But Synth's channel wasn't always such an open cesspit where his chatters felt confident making allusions to Moist Critical being sexually assaulted by N-words. Synthetic himself may have had some questionable and borderline extremist beliefs, but the work he was doing started very differently. In fact, when he started his channel 3 or 4 years ago, he seemed like an entirely different person.
Oh.
And a much happier one, too.
I'm super interested in this. Okay. Okay. I've been watching this for 3.5 hours. I think I need to stop and go play some video games, but I will come back to it. Please, please, pretty please, go and subscribe to Dead Domain if you have not. They are incredible. All of their work is insane. They've done so much amazing stuff. And they will only continue to put out bangers like this for the for every day they draw breath, I imagine. Based person, super cool, awesome person I would hang out with. Please go check out their stuff. I'm so grateful that they are putting out amazing work like this that I can watch and that I can consume and that I can learn with them and have discussions about this stuff. Because again, I think even just watching through this, I've had a few pretty major talking points to go through. But I'm going to take a quick break and we are going to switch over to a video game. I'm sorry, I'm still eating my popsicle. I love it's summer. I'm allowed to have popsicles. Let me open up. I'm so sorry. Close that down. Press some music. They're so professional. I promise I will never get better. I'm gonna stay this unprofessional forever, probably. Don't forget to update the stream thing. Thank you. What position does a cat play in baseball? That would be the catcher. This might be a better storm creature. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may discard a card that you draw. This honestly might be a 4 of. Hello. No, I'm done. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna play this video game. How dare you? Ah. Housing device is easier to flip. You're down one. Ugh. Burbrask looks very expensive at 3. So much mana to put into it, though. But it does do all the things we want. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. We're trying Storm again. We're trying Mono Red Storm again, everybody. I know it's so controversial for all of the things that I play, you know. Who would have known that I would play Mono Red Storm?
Think we can do it.
Divorce.
Divorce. Divorce.
He poisoned my brain. No card advantage. So much removal heavy stuff in standard right now. I feel like this is so much better. It probably was right to swing in there, but now they can't swing, so... Oh. Well, that sucks. Do I trade? I don't think I care. I think I let you hit me. I can't really attack is the issue, right? But I can kill that, but I'll wait. Up to one black card from your... No, I don't want you to be able to do that. I just want you to die. I'm gonna not attack. Just gonna let him hit me with the obliterator. Okay.
Sorky. Accident.
Sorky. Alright. It sucks as I don't have a payoff out yet. Oh, that doesn't work like that. Oh well. I don't think I can get around the obliterator. Sometimes you just lose. I didn't have a payoff out. How? My payoffs are expensive. I need to draw more cards to get to them, to get more land. We're gonna put 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse in. Because I really like that card. I need to cast a bunch of black spells. Or blue, or green. Green spells? I can do green spells. Green. Let's go. Let's go. I want to play more red. I love playing red. Woo! Oh, it's not red. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, I look stupid. This guy's a combo deck. He has to be. You don't play Collector's Vault. Okay. Interesting. Hit him. I mean, sure, I guess. I'm gonna discard analyze the pollen. Forest. Deal damage. Yeah, because it's got death touch, right? I forgot. X-Bane Serox is fucking awesome. I'm gonna be so mad when I play Tyrannax or X at him. That's fine. Okay, figure this out. Hee hee. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bye-bye. I like green. It's good at hitting. Just have it here and here is green. Yeah. Hydrate. I can... There. Oh god, Jarvis is watching more episodes of Blackface TV show. Do we want to cook dinner or acquire it? Can we get it? Would that be okay? Hey, C. How are you? I can also cook dinner if you want. It depends on what you want to eat. I'll be right back though. I need to pee real bad. Oh, the creature. The creature's here. I came back in. Laid on the floor. She spread her belly open for me. I have to pet her. I'm sorry. I can't come back to the stream yet. I have to touch her. She's here. I do like onion. The Wiggler is here. Perfect. Watching my
No, dummy, because I like your tree.
Aww. Yes.
Right. Make decisions.
Oh, fuck.
Have to make decisions.
I want to weep.
I know you have magic to make decisions about, but you gotta make decisions about this first.
Sure. Not say the Taco Bell moment.
No, no Taco Bell. Yeah. Select them all and play more planes.
Yes, I like Plane Chase. I like that it's
Commander's way
random.
better with Planes Chase.
I like that it's random. I don't want to do the Doctor Who ones though.
Maybe a couple of them.
Maybe a couple that I feel like they fit the theme.
Yeah.
Unless we're doing a sci-fi version.
That'd be cool.
I guess I don't actually mind. For me, as long as it's science fantasy, right? I have no idea what you mean, but all I can think is the wiggly worms. That is the joke. So I'm gonna turn on my camera. They put it in front here. My cat is down here. It's so wiggly. Here, Wiggler. No, come back. Look at her. She's so wiggly. Doesn't she hate me so much? She's mother, please put me down. I wish to be wiggly over there. Oh, she's okay. She's okay. You happy? Uh-oh, Wiggler. My Wiggler. She's even she's wiggly right now because she doesn't want to get held. she wants to go down. But she even wiggles around. It's on the floor, on my bed. She's a wiggly wiggler. She wants to bite wires so bad. She so does. Alright, I'll turn my camera back off for now. Alright, I mixed up my green deck. Let's do it. We're running it. Yes, you can post it. You can post it wherever you want. Post it 1,000,000 times. This stream is the culmination of all of the fun things that have led up to my life and all of the awesome people who are helping support me. My girlfriends are amazing and I love them. Playing against Mono Red. Let's see if we can do it. Ooh, Boros Burn. Interesting. Okay. Dude, what are you gonna do about this one? Gonna collect evidence 4 about it? Breaches. Luckily for me, I don't care about that. I'm gonna save the Hydra for now. We'll play that next turn for bigger value. Okay. I think I just don't want them to have that. Yeah, make you do it now. This is a really good draw. Okay, Quint. We got. We get lost. Yeah, you can cast that. Be expensive. Get some map tokens out of it though. We pay X is 3 and then do a map. Through it. That doesn't win me the game. I'm killing Quint. Giving you no value. I have turned the corner, probably. Ooh, 6/6 is bad. Ooh, that's rough. I swing. Come on, land. Come on, basic land off the top. Come on, basic land. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. I can get a creature, though. 5-mana creature that gets me out of this, maybe? What do I got? 8. Mana creature that gets me out of that. I think I have any, unfortunately. Put that down. That'll do it. Threw three Vaultborn Tyrants when I didn't want them. Tragic. Maybe that is a lesson. Think one less Vaultborn Tyrant and one more land. Play a Smuggler's Surprise, because the Smuggler's Surprise would have been way better there. Because 20 is fine with the amount of ramp that I'm doing. Hopefully. And now we can actually use the Analyze the Pollen properly. A 1, 2, 3 here, that seems pretty good. Come on. Come on, basic land. It's not that hard, I promise. There you go. Bramble Familiar down. Oh. Run it back. At least they're not developing. I had a discard for that? I discarded Vein right there for that? Whoa. Oh, he's gonna do the thing. Got Menace anyway, so I can't do anything about it. So I just swing. There's Cruel Claw. And then the Coyote to attack. Hope you hit bad. Fingers crossed. What do you get? No one left behind? Okay. Wait, what? it. Ah, fuck. That's stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. I could have figured that out. My fault. I made an oopsie. And I don't think I can get out of it. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I oopsied. I didn't have fun. So the reason that didn't work is because the ward is a cost and it made me sacrifice my creature, and then my spell resolved to have them fight, but they couldn't because the creature wasn't there. So I accidentally sacrificed my creature and lost 4 life for nothing, which sucked. I got a pack. What's in it? Oh, no more lies. Enzrog! Yay. I think I want to build that deck at some point. 9 more spells. Very cool. Ooh, perfect fucking curve filler. Thank you, Bramble Familiar. Next turn we play Axebane Ferox. Ooh, yum yum yum. They have to cast another spell before they can even target me. This is 4. Swangin'. Passing. Very cool. Good ramp. You did it. Yeah. They were ramping somewhere, but they didn't get there. It happens. I was a little too fast. Okay, analyze the pollen right into a Bramble Familiar. That feels great. Bramble Familiar down. Seems to be the Rakdos combo deck again. See if they'll kill my guy. Okay. Ferox. Swinging. I love the word collect evidence for. It forces people into such bad situations, and often they're not even able to pay it. Especially this early in a game. Potstalker Warlock, okay. What are you gonna discard? Oh, I see. You got a 5 ball? Bonk. Do what you got. Ow. Ow. That will get you my Tyrannax Rex, yes. Congratulations, it's yours. Ooh, that's rough. It's rough for you, buddy. I'll take that back, though. Thanks for that. Wangin'. You gotta block. I don't know if he knows he has to block, but he does have to block. Okay. Yikes. Figure it out. Why did you exile your whole graveyard? You didn't have to do that. Okay. Yeah, okay. Good night. Good night, sweet friends. Good game. I love haste. I love haste. Bloomburrow pack. Ooh, Storm Splitter is really cool. Ace Toxic 3 is also not bad, honestly. I need a drawn druid. Or archer, our outcaster trailblazer. Bleh. Right, rookie. Let's good stack. To figure out the curve. The curve is weird. Either of these are actually 1-drops. There's actually only one 1-drop, and it's not even something you play turn 1. I think I'm gonna take out Bristly Build and put in Glimpse the Core. Do it like that. Run it like that, I think. Like that, I think. No. Yeah. Virtue of Strength. Who do those go in? That's so cool. That's a card I can actually play on turn 1. Which means I want 4 of them, actually. Almost all the cards on my decks are permanent. Seeds of Hope is probably going to draw me really good cards, but okay. Like that. More like that. Yeah, we need 3. There. Better. Green. Oh, she's so ugly. Okay. I want to check out the new Bloomborough green cards too, I think. After this. Sometimes we just get nothing. Okay. And we won. They were scared of us. I'm actually just gonna go look at the Bloom Girl cards now, I guess. Green cards from Bloomborough. Ooh. Hunter's Talent is actually really nice. Is that better than Hard-Hitting Question? Planeswalker. Creature. I'll grab this 3 mana 4/4 with reach. It's reach tramples with too, actually. I got a tier next. What are you trying to show me? There's nothing. Play one game of this, and then I want to try the deck I was actually theory crafting. I've been caught up in green fever. That's not Gandalf. Gandalf is actually an avatar, and that's not Gandalf. Are we just playing against another person who has decided to fall asleep at their keyboard? What is happening today? Hello? Are you alive? Why is this person asleep? It's you, you're so eepy sleepy.
Excuse me.
They should like invent a type of girl that isn't so eepy sleepy sleepy. Okay. I'm actually your sister. Everyone said that today, so thank you. Oh, that's so cute. That's so sweet. No. I put in 3, I'll have 3 left over, and I can't cast anything. Let's do this. Hard hitting question here to here. Let you get bigger. No attacks. That's so sad. Sag. Her acknowledging that other people have made the same mistake is her telling you it's not your fault. Can I do it with 1? Probably not. That is better. Brask goes back, unfortunately. I mean, I guess if you're not developing, I will. Okay. Answered. Alright, this one we might have trouble answering. They might just kill me right out, and I don't think there's anything I can do about it if they are going to do that. I think we resolve the virtue. Well, we can, or do we solve the case? We might solve the case. Alright, we might just be dead here. Not impossible. Rush of Dread. Yep. Alright. Good game. Sometimes it just happens that way. No fault of our own, our game actions were happening just fine. We answered the Sheldred, which we needed to. Puyo is a Spy X Family collab right now. Ooh. Well, you do like Puyo. If I draw a basic land, I can resolve Urabrask next turn. Damn it. Yes, please. Thanks for solving my case for me, Ding Dong. Wing. Tomorrow is dinner planning for the next week. Okay. I'm excited. I've got the day off, so I'll be sure to focus on that. Okay. Hell yeah. We got there. I think I'm changing up the strategy. Or Blazing Crescendo. This is another tempting offer, but since I'm playing more artifacts, it's not actually helpful. Fugitive Codebreaker might be helpful, because I'm prowessing. Torch the Witness. Do you download the OBS SDK? Oh goodness. We're gonna try Ancestor's Aid. Actually. Charming Scoundrel. Oh. Nursaur's Breed. There we go. If your stream ends up being a motivation to act up on your local DSP, then so be it. Aw. I'm very flattered. I'm very flattered. All right. Dust animus, interesting. That's great. I'm gonna efficiently use my mana and use more than one card. remove that from the game, please. None of that. Thank you. Goodbye. That's fine. Things are about to get bad. They play a Sheldred right now, I die. That'd be really funny. No, is your 3 mountains? Are you kidding? Oh my god. Sounds like I need to play less land.
No. Oh, open the windows back up.
I will. Thank you. I want to hit them in the face, I think. Yeah. Take that action. That's not great. Okay. That's good that we missed that, and we got this one. That's better. Can we resolve this? What we draw? Five mana left after I play this. Discarding a case. Drawing 2. Drawing 1. Can I pay the 3 into this? Probably. Can I afford to, though? Maybe not. Hi. Thank you, honey. Sorry. Toss this. Draw 2. Draw 3 here. Take the action. 3. Hit him with shock. Our dowsing device. Exile 2. Shock. Hit him for 1. Toss this. Draw. Draw 2. This is... I need to hit another strike right now. Oh, Swift Spear. That's not gonna do it. Can I play a mountain? I can? And pay 1? Taking the action? And missing? That's so sad. Rip. Rip. I missed. We didn't get there. We didn't get there. I'm so sad. I think I have more ideas. Storm Splitter. 2 more Storm Splitters. Take out an Urbrask. It's only on instant and sorcery spells, so we're taking out the dowsing devices. Draw a card. Kind of stuff lets me draw. This is a cantrip. It is a cantrip and it's 1. I think that goes in. All right. What website's playing the lo-fi again? It is chillhop.com. All right, I would like to swap over back to just chatting briefly to sit and eat my sandwich. Oh, new Chad Chad content.
Oh man, which of these perfumes do I use?
Chad Chad content. It is Jeremy Fragrance time.
Oh man, which of these perfumes do I use? I don't know anything about smelling good. If only there was a Polish media personality and businessman who licks bottles here to give me advice. Oh my god, it's a Polish media personality and businessman who licks bottles here to give me advice. Yay! This is a good thing that's happening right now.
Hey guys, do you like smelling things? Do you like getting sprayed on your skin with a liquid and then sniffing that liquid and going, top-notch liquid? Then you're gonna love Jeremy Fragrance. Jeremy is not a new phenomenon. He's been on the internet way longer than I have. He's been reacted to and discussed before because people can't quite comprehend him as a person or why he does the things that he does. Jeremy Fragrance started out on YouTube as a cologne connoisseur, not a colon connoisseur. He doesn't know shit. And in the beginning, he seemed to be actually helpful. He would review colognes and compare them. Sometimes he would poll people in real life to see which one they preferred. He was literally conducting field research for noses. He had this suave, confident aura and was always wearing
those
a
are really
freshly pressed
cute.
suit. And most
Thanks
importantly,
for sending
he
them,
only
Sari.
talked about fragrances.
Oat milk is the most similar to mother's milk. It smells so gorgeous. Oh, yeah!
Which makes it very convenient that his real and legal name is Jeremy Fragrance. That's such a coincidence. That's like if my name was Flawless Body and Skin and Hair and Personality, because I'm an expert in all of those things. Skip forward a few years to 2024, or don't do it. It's worse here. And recently it's been a little harder to get Jeremy to stay on topic. He does still talk about fragrances every now and then, but not as much as he does things like this. And when he does do a review, he'll start out talking about the cologne, but then by the end reveal some kind of deep secret about himself. Just like me after having 2.5 lemonade Trulies.
And the last one I don't talk so much about is Perry Alice 360 Red. I love it, man. It's the dildo of the fragrance industry.
I'm sorry, it's the
The
what?
what?
Of the fragrance industry? I don't think that's necessary, Jeremy. You don't need to use that. The most important update in Jeremy's content and his life journey is that he is looking for a girlfriend. And no one really saw this coming. He's only vaguely alluded to it in the past.
All right, ultimately, of course, I want to have a girlfriend and a wife.
What I want is what I need to find somebody. I want a girlfriend, baby, and marry her. I'm still searching for a girlfriend. Nice.
But now it's finally time for him to find the
damn.
one and settle down. Love is just in the air. And so is a lot of Dior Sauvage. But when you're a guy like Jeremy, a genuine connection can be hard to find. He's been busy. He's got his own fragrance business to run, and he found Jesus as well.
Number one fragrance icon that follows the teachings of Jesus.
People are always finding that guy. Maybe he doesn't want to be found. If he keeps hiding like that, found you.
No, I thought this was a good spot.
Just found Jesus.
And now you're tweeting it. Of course. Of course you are. Now everyone's gonna know where I am.
So Jeremy decided to take matters into his own hands and announced that he'd be finding his soulmate with the power of social media.
So I'm looking for a girlfriend. You must be Christian and you must be under 32. I was thinking 35, but let's say under 32.
In his announcement video, he only mentions 2 requirements for
What?
being his potential girlfriend. She has to be under 32, even though he's 35. And I can't decide if him only having 2 specifications is a bad thing or a good thing. On one hand, it seems like you'd have more requirements for someone you want to spend the rest of your life with. But on the other hand, if this is what you're posting on Instagram, I don't know if you're even allowed to have 2 of them. But as time went on, Jeremy started posting a couple more demands, like for example, that she needs to be 100% committed to him. He is looking for marriage, so that makes sense. And that she needs to be able to give birth to children, which is a weird thing to specify What else is she gonna give birth to? Congratulations, Mr. Fragrance. The baby's here? Uh-huh. You've got a healthy 1.7 ounces of perfume on your hands. No! I knew this would happen. The lighting is different because I had to block out the sun. It was frying me and cooking me, and I'm sweating, and I had sweat in between my boobs and every part. Based on other people's videos, it looks like Jeremy
I've been there,
responds
Chad,
to the
Chad.
women he's interested in
I get
and
it.
requests additional information from them, like their Snapchat usernames. I can't even express how big of a red flag that is. Nothing says you're ready for marriage and commitment and a family like asking a woman for her snap. Hey, you want to communicate on the one app that makes communication disappear? If it makes you feel any better, there's also a map that shows me your location 24/7. He also seems to routinely ask them to send videos addressing him directly, probably to verify that they are who they said they were in their application.
Hi, Sophia. I asked for a video of you. Can you send me a video of you saying something like, "Hi, Jeremy"?
And once he has that information, he can move on to the more important questions, like how old are you? And are you a virgin?
And is it possible at your age that you're still a virgin, Maria? Is it possible that you are still a virgin?
Why are you asking that, Jeremy? So yeah, I want you to be able to have children.
Gross.
I also want you to have zero knowledge about the thing that creates children. The only way this would be appropriate for him to ask is if he is a virgin in his mid-30s. He just wants to make sure he's using skill-based matchmaking. They've got to be on the same level. Zero. Hey, do you know what you're doing? No. Good, because I fucking don't either. The way he phrases the question too somehow makes it even worse. Is it possible that at your age, 30-ish, right, that you have remained pure of soul and body? Kind of weird if you haven't.
Amazing.
Says me, I'm saying that, me, the guy who engages in sexual activities with cologne bottles. In this one, he even takes a dig at this woman's appearance.
Hey, pretty woman with intense teeth.
Intense teeth. Jeremy, you have incense teeth.
This is frankincense, and I will eat a bit of this.
You have no room to talk.
What the
literally,
hell?
Because your mouth is so full of things that you're not supposed to put in your mouth. And I really wish it was.
Ooh, that was the
This
cat
isn't
that
even the
crunches.
worst
I
thing
love
he said
that.
To someone on Snapchat.
I gotta interrupt your video. I got totally a boner seeing your face and seeing you talk. Totally a boner in my pants, but I'm not going to show it.
What the fuck are you doing?
What?
You can't send videos like this to someone you don't know who follows you on Instagram because you're a public figure. Also, he mentions here that the video she sent him was of her simply talking, was just of her face, so this reply was completely inappropriate and uninvited. Also, I read her comments, and this girl is 18 years old. 35-year-old man, by the way. And she claims he was fully aware of that fact and even commented on it, calling her ultra young. Ultra yuck. Ultra ewy. I thought he was looking for someone to have a child with, not an actual child. When he said under 32, I didn't realize he meant as under 32 you can get without him risking jail time. Now we understand why he needs to spray himself with so much cologne. It's because he's a massive piece of shit. Sending videos like this appears to be a pattern for him because it is. He does it a lot.
You're so flirty, just seeing your
Thanks,
text
Chad.
makes me, if I can say so, erected.
Even going as far as requesting specific pictures or videos from them.
Later, without the top that you're wearing now, would be an interesting picture, Corey.
Are we still following the teachings of Jesus Christ here, Jeremy? I don't know where he taught this. I must have missed that chapter. And on the 8th day, he said, "Thou shalt get thousands of women to add you on Snapchat so that thou can use thy influence in order to solicit nude pictures of them." Amen.
Beautiful.
And these are just the cases of him doing this that people have posted. So it's
My
very
favorite
likely
chapter
that
in
he
the
does this
scriptures.
all the time. But he's looking for a committed woman, guys. He said so. He said it's great when woman is dedicated to man, so that he can be dedicated to aging like a fragrant, skinned, unrefrigerated avocado. Seems like he's always been kind of weird with women based on the fan interaction videos he posts. Jeremy runs into fans a lot. It's almost like he's the one seeking them out. His thing when he runs into them is to try and guess what kind of fragrance they're wearing, and when it's a guy, it's a pretty normal interaction, but when it's not, he feels the need to make some kind of comment on their physical appearance.
Wow, what a woman. Very attractive woman. Just female Musk. Your girlfriend?
Yeah, this is my girlfriend.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it okay that I smell you real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Basically, he can't see a woman or a girl
Ew.
without trying to flirt with them in some way. So it's safe to say that I have a lot of competition. I don't know what it was, okay? Maybe it's the way his hips thrust in a sporadic, irregular way, or the way he lives so dangerously on edge. of the age of consent. But there is
Ooh.
just something about him, and I can't live with the regret of never even trying. Just want it noted that I started my quest of trying to get Jeremy to fall in love with me before I figured out he's a terrible person unworthy of my time. So it's exactly like every dating experience I've ever had. And so I shot my shot. I shot my shot on Instagram, and he didn't even look at my story. I shot my shot on Instagram again. I shot so much shots that the state of Tennessee actually tried to protect my rights. But it didn't matter because Jeremy still didn't notice me. So I decided to try and play by the rules. I painstakingly crafted the perfect opening message that no man could decline and then sent it post-haste to his application email. It reads as follows. Dear Jeremy, if that is your real name. It's not, by the way. His name is Daniel. Who does that? Who says their name is something when it's actually something completely different, really, and not that at all? What kind of annoying? My name is not important, and I am a 27-year-old female. Works out semi-regularly and is fertile. Extremely fertile. I have 10 children. I'm also a virgin. Jesus is my number 1. You can be my number 2, though. I'll call you my little doo-doo. This is what I look like, and I would love to chat with you via FaceTime or Instagram. Please. And then I waited for days. I didn't even leave my desk. I've been sitting here the whole time. I've peed into every container that can hold pee, and I'm fresh out of containers. Please send help. Or Tupperware. But even after all my efforts, Jeremy didn't respond. What was I doing wrong? I checked all of his boxes. I even gave him a cute nickname. It's cute. It's adorable. The next morning, to my dismay, I saw this on Jeremy's Instagram. Who is that? That should be me. That should be my hand being awkwardly put on his face. That should be my hand being awkwardly put on his face. I felt defeated and relieved. Heartbroken. Mostly relieved. But I'll never stop trying. I'll never stop imagining the future we could have had. I'll never forget.
I'm giving up. I'm not trying to get his attention anymore.
Oh.
I don't want to date him. Or talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave up.
Thank you, Chad. I love her so much. She's so funny. She's so funny. Thank God. That's awesome. All right, my loves. That is that. I'm going to do a very quick bio break and then come back and play a couple more games of Magic. And I think then, after a few more games, I will be ready to wrap it up for the day. So I will be back in just a little bit. Okay, gamers. Swapping back to Magic the Gathering. All right. Let's try Storm again. With additions made. I think this is alright. Well, yeah, it should be fine. We can play the diamond pick. I want to change stuff. I'm sorry. I want to change stuff. Had another idea. I like the pickaxe and the thing in the build that does have the 4-mana card from the next set, but unfortunately right now it does not, so... I would like to run this card, I think. Like that. I think that's right. I think that's the right move here. Your Arch Linux install is already broken. Great. Yeah. Just let him hit me, I guess. We'll see. Maybe we can storm it. Okay. I'm not dead. I didn't die. Alright. Tragically, I might be dead anyway. Nothing. All right, one more game, and then I'm done. We're still in the theory crafting stages. All right, let's keep. Restless Ridgeline, interesting. Just kill that. Safe to resolve this now, so I have to take the time to do them while I can. And then next turn I can pump the 3 mana in and Ren's Resolve. No, I can't. I can only do one. That's okay. That's really good. That gives me plenty of time to resolve my spells. Okay. Oh yeah. Dinosaur deck. Makes sense. Friends Resolve. Discarding Might of the Meek. Drawing. Grabbing 2 spells. Playing Mountain. Can I hit? There's a chance I get a second strike off this, and that would be awesome. I'm gonna toss Virtue here. Oh, we got it. Fuck yeah. Oh. Shit. Oh well. Well, I guess we're going in on it then. Oops, I fucked it up. I'm okay with that. Next turn. Next turn is gonna be big. We're investing in next turn, boys and girls, and in between. Or outside. Boys and girls and nah. Just gonna do all 3, okay. That's fine. It has already done the damage, I believe. I'll do the best I can in response. All right. Ooh. I think I try to resolve and keep this. Damn. Okay. Well, that was that. Alright. Not doing the best I could. I need to do some tweaking for sure. I'll work on the recipe on my own time. But I'll try not to waste any more of yours right now. We are going to be wrapping up. Let me bring us back here, and we might have camera on just for a second. There is. Hello, everybody. So again, thank you all for being here. This was my first like big full-time stream, big 6-hour one. I'll be doing a lot more of these. Again, my streaming schedule is down below. I'm going to be streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. I have a link to a new community Discord. I have a link to a new, not my new, but my Twitter account, which has a link to all of my, a link tree with all of my socials, all of my everything. Please check me out. I have a Patreon account. I have a Ko-fi linked. If you want to support me, you want to see more of the things that I'm doing, please, 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 I ask that you support, even if that is just dropping a Twitch subscription, or just a follow, or even just tuning in, because I really, really appreciate that. We're really going full-time on this. We're going to be doing the best that we can to be a good streamer. So, if you want to tune in to see more, please, pretty please, come back soon. I will be back. Today's Thursday, so I will be back on Sunday. Please enjoy the start of your weekend. I am your streamer. Let's take a look at who is live right now. Azra is live. Ooh, how about Elden Ring? I see Elden Ring. There's Sammy Fox. Certainly cannot fault you for that. Alright, gamers, have a fun rest of your night. I will see you all very soon. I hope you have a lovely evening.